Oh, Jesus.
Hello again, friends! And you are our friends. Welcome back to another edition of Jim Cornette's Drive-Thru. A big edition this week. We're talking WrestleDream, Tony Khan's tribute to Antonio Inoki. So we're here with CornyDream, our tribute to Antonio Inoki. There we go. The batteries worked. Oh, this thing's stuck. There we go. I'm your host, the great Brian Last. We'll see how stuck we get today. A big show with this man, the leader of the cult of Cornette, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Clowns to the left of me and cosplayers to the right, and here I am stuck in the middle with you, Brian. Boy, that one, what you did there was you crossed over that bridge like you were skipping as it was collapsing underneath you. Sort of like a flat rock skipping over the lake. Peep, 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 and got by with it. You were way off there, pal. Way off. It was way off from the start there when you hit the bomb tone instead of the beep tone, and then
I messed
holy mackerel.
I messed up a few times today. See, a lot of it's just because of the angle I was at. I wasn't in a comfortable position. I needed to be in a better position.
Yeah.
My arm was at a weird, crooked angle.
Why are you playing the organ from underneath your desk? What are you doing over there?
The apparatus is on the left. So I'm facing forward. Here's the two computers in front of me and my microphone. And then to the left is this. So
wait a minute. You got two computers and a microphone?
That's right.
Well, you're where it's at, baby.
Look at who knows Beck. How about that? That's impressive.
Hey.
How do you know that song? I'm blown away that you know that song. How do you know that song?
Because you couldn't get away from the goddamn thing about 30 years ago. It was in Grand. That's the only part of it I could understand. And it was repeated over and over and over again. And every goddamn elevator that you might be in and 19, whatever the fuck year that was, that golden year.
That was kind of your era of... That's as close as you ever got to understanding or being a part of alternative music. With everything you were doing...
There was no alternative.
Well, there was no alternative. I guess that's the way to look at it.
Why did they call it alternative music when it was everywhere and you couldn't get away from it? There was no alternative.
You know, I just saw WWE did an interview with the Headbangers. I guess they must have signed a Legends deal or something. And they did an interview and they were talking about how they got the gimmick in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And they didn't explain it, so it just sounded funny. Without any explanation, like, yeah, Jim Cornette was at a Marilyn Manson concert and he saw this. Oh, no, they didn't even say that. They said Danzig, I think. Whatever it was, they mentioned that you were there, but they didn't say, like, well, because he was working with Rick Rubin. It just sounded like Jim Cornette was hanging out one night at the concert.
Yeah. You know, he was a big fucking headbanging groupie and fellow back then. I wasn't even there. No, I was there actually, but it wasn't even because I was working with Rick Rubin because it was in Knoxville. My friend Cat Collins, who was working with Rick Rubin, had invited me just because he was going to be there. And I can't even remember the name of it. It was a place I'd never been to in Knoxville. And I lived and ran the town for 4 years. I'd never been there before or since. But the concert was Glenn Danzig, who was a big wrestling fan and, you know, independently of Rubin as well. We just all kind of congregated with very odd bedfellows with being wrestling fans. But so Kat said, come down and I introduce you to Glenn Danzig and blah, blah, blah. And it was the opening act that nobody had ever fucking heard of because I'd ask Kat, I said, can I like either sit backstage with you or, you know, if I got to piss, can I, come on the bus or whatever? Because I didn't want to go out in the fucking public area when I saw the fan base coming in. I thought our people they were salt of the earth people. They were a bit off, but they were still normal. But I didn't know where these citizens that came to the concert, where they habitated in Knoxville during the day, because you never saw them out on the street or anywhere else. But nevertheless, So I'm back behind the deal over by the amplifier or whatever, and the opening act comes on, and it's Marilyn Manson. And he's wearing a goddamn skirt, and he's got the combat boots, and he screams at one point at the count of three, I want you all to spit on me. And I'm not in the line of fire, but I'm ducking anyway, right? And they do. And I'm like, what the fuck? There's a gimmick to be had here somehow. And that's when Glenn and Chaz were, you remember seeing them as the Spiders, right?
They worked for Dennis as the Spiders, but also, especially Glenn Ruth, he was a regular enhancement guy on WWF TV for a long time because of all the tapings in the Northeast.
Well, then they were from New Jersey. And
yeah, WWF.
I'd talked to them, a number of times because they were trying to go somewhere. And I think they may have ended up going to work for Bert Prentice I don't know if this was before they came to work for me, or I think it was before because I think they were still the Spiders. But remember when Bert Prentice closed a territory down in like Missouri somewhere and didn't tell the boys? And they just, they found out when they showed up for the fucking towns and there was no towns. But nevertheless, I've been wanting to bring them in, but I didn't want Tennessee, and especially outlaw wrestling in Tennessee, had been filled with masked tag teams as job guys or as, whatever. Going back to the days in the 60s when Goulas was running 4 towns a night, and then some of the boys would say he'd send the real fucking interns or infernos to the town that had the best advance, but they'd be booked 2 or 3 different places. I don't fucking know. But nevertheless, I said, here's a gimmick. I thought of it. I said, here's a gimmick for you. I said, but you got to wear dresses. And they're like, what? And, and then they took to it. But it was just started out. I was like, just look at these weird young people, these weird young hipsters and their chains and their goddamn noses and everything. We can get something out of this. And that became the headbang. And then they took it and ran with it.
So what do you think when you see your gimmick on WWE? Like, do you feel like, hey, that's my gimmick, or are you just happy that?
No, I to get them to use the Headbangers gimmick when they came in '96, I signed paperwork for them because they wouldn't. It was the same thing as D'Lo Brown. They wouldn't use those names and or gimmicks, whatever you want to call them, if they were the boys, and the boys had come up with them because they wanted to own everything. But because I was working there at the time and I could testify that no, I named him D'Lo Brown and I named him the Headbangers, Thrasher and Mosh, and I'm with the office here. I was getting them a job, right? Instead of having them change all their shit. What the fuck then are you going to? Why would you give somebody a job and then change all their shit? The reason why you gave them a job, right? So, nevertheless, so that's how they were able to do that.
Well, there it is. So many people think of Smoky Mountain Wrestling and they think of, the Allman Brothers' Jessica or something, or Fire on the Mountain, the song.
Yes.
But between hip-hop and rap in 94 with the Gangstas, and then the next year with the Headbangers, you were kind of, in your own little way, as on top of alternative music as Paul Heyman was.
It just had to fit. I didn't have a lot of guys. Would Bullet Bob have come out to Public Enemy? Right? I didn't. That's a thing to me, music. And remember we've joked about big Russ McCullough when the theme song that he actually picked was titled Dead and Bloated. And it was so ironic. It was a metaphor for his entire career and wrestling style. But it's not what the guys like and think that's a cool song. It's what song gives the vibe and the gets the people in the mood, gets the reaction. Born in the USA was the furthest thing from a patriotic song. If you listen to it was patriotic in its own way, but it was like rah-rah if you listen to the words, but at the same time, nobody listened to the words and they just, born in the USA. So for the baby face, whatever, right? but the entrance music has to reflect or enhance or create the vibe of who this guy is supposed to fucking be if he was really the person we're portraying him as, not what's his favorite song. And that's what you would go through with some of the guys when you were trying, especially at OVW, and some of them were knocked it out of the park, home runs. The fucking It's Raining Men for the Heartbreakers. That was theirs. They came up with it, and it was fucking perfect. Because I didn't have music I couldn't get it. I said, I'm going to give you fucking Pat Benatar's Heartbreaker if you don't give me something, right? And they thought I was serious, and oh shit. So they found something, and it was fucking perfect. But other times it depends on what the fucking guy's appearance, I hate to say the word character, but what their gimmick is as to what the fucking music should be, not just what they like or what's necessarily fashionable. So in OVW, all the shit was young people's music, except in the case of it was somebody's gimmick not to be, right? But in Smoky Mountain, that shit was actually newer than goddamn Taylor Swift's first hit would be right now. So it just, people are looking back and going, that's old music. Well, not really, because that's old footage.
Yeah, the Stud Stable coming out to Hard to Handle wasn't exactly an old song. I mean, it was an old song, but that recording wasn't an old recording by that point.
No, because it was the Crows, and it was on the radio. And they were produced by Rick Rubin. And they were doing, pardon me if I'm giving Otis Redding credit, but it was Redding, right? It was a cover.
It's definitely a cover, because I know I've heard other versions. I don't know if it's an Otis Redding song or not.
Well, maybe you could Google that by the time that I fucking blurt this out, because it was the perfect thing for Robert Fuller and Jimmy Golden. These two goddamn, they're 6'6" apiece or whatever. And many people know that Robert Fuller had the biggest dick in captivity. And those shit-eating grins they've got, and they are country as fuck, just hillbilly fuck you motherfuckers, and with that personality. And here comes the fucking Crows doing a fucking remake of a 60s song. It was perfect. It gave you the fucking vibe, right?
Yeah, it is Otis Redding, and the version I knew was the Grateful Dead version, because that was something they...
Oh, good Lord. I have never heard that, and I can't imagine what it would sound like.
Pigpen sang lead on that one. It was good.
There needs to be somebody involved in that from down south to make it work. And I don't know where instead of South San Francisco.
Well, let me ask you about
Baby, here I am, a man on your scene.
Let me ask you about...
But basically, it was about Robert Fuller's giant cock is what that entrance music was about, and it fucking worked.
I never even put two and two together. That's why that was the theme song. That's crazy to know.
That was the idea I had. They didn't give it they didn't give a shit. They never had music half the time they were in the business, right? It was like, when I asked Jimmy Golden, what do you want to use for your finish? Well, I throw a pretty good drop kick. And then he knocked the fucking guy out with it. I said, okay, that's your finish.
Well, before we close up this look at the music of Smoky Mountain.
And Robert Fuller's dick.
Let me ask you about the one time that I know, at least now, and I'm sure it was then too, the wrestlers didn't like your choice of music. At least one of the two I know has been very public about it. Chris Jericho. He didn't like the song you picked for the Thrill Seekers. What was that discussion like? Did you have that song in your mind before you...
There was no discussion. I said, here's your music.
Like, where did that song, how did that come to you? What made you decide on that song?
I'm trying to think, because we did... See, here's the thing. With them, I did videos. I was taking off on, as Gomer Pyle would say, I was taking off on the Fabulous Ones videos from... 9 years previously or whatever the fuck. I was trying to get some girls to the matches. Little did I know I was going to get no cooperation from the faux Fabulous Ones. So I'm trying to remember what the entrance music was and what some of the music videos we did. What was
it was
the
that song Rock America.
That's right. Okay. Simple. It was some goddamn heavy metal song or hair metal song by some goddamn hair metal band that was on the radio within the previous 3 or 4 years, that here's these Canadian guys, young rock and roll types that are going to come down here to America and rock America. How deep do we have to go with this?
Is Lance Storm as far from a rock and roll type as you could think of now that you know the guy?
Now that I know him, I would have brought him in for Sandy Scott's job if I'd have known of his personality. But I was just looking at his fucking beefy body.
But is that a situation where you would have been, like, if Jericho and Storm come up to you and said, we're okay with it if you want to do it, would you please listen to this and consider this? Would you have been open to, or are you pretty much...
No, that's the thing is, see, Jericho, now with hindsight, didn't realize he was ever going to get to be a faux rock star like he was a faux fabulous one, right? He didn't know he was going to have the pull to do these things. So I don't recall a conversation where they ever came up and said, we hate our music. Will you listen to this and we can change our music? And if it happened, no, it didn't happen. So I can pretty much say that. I think they were embarrassed about the music videos also. I don't know, on Jericho's part, it may have been because of his musical choices were different than ours, but I think I just took it as both of them were embarrassed to be on goddamn camera, because Lance was, because they'd never been on camera before. And here we've got him out at Gatlinburg, fucking doing things in the Smoky Mountains and interacting with the fans and supposed to be personable. And Lance was as social as a goddamn case crotch rot. So I didn't, a point is, if they'd have given me something that was good under the parameters that I just discussed, I would have listened to it and or considered it. But they might have given me whatever fucking Chris listens to that he screeches along with on those videos of him shot by his phone where he's just screaming in the night and say, see, I can sing. And then, sounds like he's turned into a werewolf.
That is still one of the funniest things ever. Where I think it was when he was feuding with Sebastian Bach. And
yes,
whether he could sing or not was called the question. And he put up a video. It was like him in his home office, like, watch this. And he starts screeching and you almost think he's joking and you realize, oh my God, he's serious and he can't sing.
You get about a minute in and you think it's not a rib here. He is, no, this is the way it's supposed to be, he thinks. And what the fuck, again, Sebastian Bach never said that Jericho couldn't wrestle. So why the fuck is Jericho trying to say I could out-sing Sebastian Bach? But that's a story for another day.
Can you imagine that you're Sebastian Bach and you get this video like, hey, Sebastian, look at this.
Yeah. You tell him, Antonio.
Oh, no, it's not stopping again. Oh, man. Oh, there we go. Tiger Da.
But yes, but that's the story on the song. So that's basically what that was. But he hated his music so bad he broke his own arm on purpose to get out of it. He could have just given me another DVD, or a CD. Who did the Canadians listen to in 1994? Was it Rush?
I don't know if it was Rush then. Maybe Sloan.
They're very Canadian, aren't they?
It could have been. Maybe the Zit Remedy. I'm not exactly sure, but Jim. You may hear some mild noise in the background. They're doing some trimming. Oh, Christ. They're doing some trimming. It shouldn't be the usual chaos.
Some trimming. Some people are being hoisted on their own petards.
Well, when I was going to say, this is a Noki thing. God damn it. Tiger, almost. Jim, some people have a song and they want to sing it. Some people have a book and they want you to read it. And let's talk about Cornette's Collectibles and, of course, your brand new book.
Well, I'll tell you, and some people don't have a lot of books left and they want you to wait patiently. We've talked about the incredible response, and I appreciate it and thanked everybody on the last program we did. I'll thank you, listeners of Brian's show, here for the tremendous response we're on now. By the time the folks hear this, more or less the last 500 copies of the print run, and nobody's even seen it yet. Over the last couple of days, since that's what I've been doing. I've been watching wrestling and signing books. and I'm all out of bubble gum and fucking mental capacity as well. By the time the folks hear this, the first 400 and something orders will have been turned over to Hotchkiss to get labels on and get out to the people. And we're still working on the first day on sale. The people that ordered on October 11th, and there's many of you out there, you jumped in at first, you get priority. We're going to muddle through the first day on sale orders in hopefully the next 10 to 14 days, and then start on October 12th. And you see where this is going, folks, but past now the point of, is this book going to be reprinted? If you want it before Christmas, I urge you to act quickly, because I foresee that my life is going to be a revolving door of signing books and doing podcasts for the next 8 weeks or so. But we're going to do this, and the feather bottoms are behind me and all the other wonderful stuff that's on sale. By the way, we have sold out of Wrestling at the Garden books by Scott Teal again. That makes 300 we've gone through, and we're getting with Scott to see if we can get any more and add those, because there's been such tremendous interest. But all the action figures are still available while they last, and at sale prices, and so much more at JimCornette.com. But the book, Heroes and Friends, the first recipients will start getting that book by the beginning of the week of whatever the fuck Monday is, on the 27th or 28th. You're going to start seeing it then, and then we encourage you, the lucky ones, tweet out your photos or unwrapping videos or whatever the kids do when they get boxes in the mail these days, and tell us what you think of it, because apparently you trust me sight unseen, and I appreciate that. But order quickly before Christmas, or Hanukkah for that matter.
That's right, at Cornette'sCollectibles.com. And those
which comes first, Christmas or Hanukkah? Hanukkah's first, right?
Not always, but I believe this year it is.
Well, it's soon. What comes before that? Is there any other holiday that comes before that? Well, besides, I mean, in the holiday, the Christmas area, any other people's holiday, order well before your first holiday, whatever part of the world you're in, and order well before Festivus.
That's right. There's all sorts of noise. Now Swami's going, but Jim Cornette.
Swami's going? Well, God, have you had his kidneys checked? Just right on the rug?
Cornette'sCollectibles.com. I literally have a conversation with the guy. I tell him when I'm going to record. He goes, I'll have them do something else. And now,
yeah, they did. They went to lunch and came back.
God damn it. Well, Jim, we have a lot to get to here today. We have a whole lot to get to. Why don't we start with SmackDown? Because I know you watched it, and there were a couple of things of note on this week's episode.
Well, boy, howdy. You know, I will save the comments in comparing SmackDown and comparing the two promotions. I'll save it for when we get over to WrestleDream, because the SmackDown and Raw, they're just going on about their merry way. They are not reacting to anything else in the world, because they're just kind of doing their thing. And as little as possible is their thing. And what I don't understand, they started the show, this was October 17th, I believe, right? Correct? Boy, that means Halloween. All Hallows Eve is going to be on a Friday night. I wonder if they'll have their guys dressed up in costumes, and Triple H can come out dressed as fucking Taka Michinoku or something. But they do the in-ring with Cody, and he's in the ring after they've done the package on the Vision turn and the whole 9 yards. And he milks it. It's 8 minutes into the show before he spoke a fucking word. And then it's just a brief promo on Seth. And then but now I've got issues of my own. I'm handling SmackDown business. Drew McIntyre and Jacob Fatu are having a number one contender match, and I'm going to be ready for whoever. And that was it. Besides the fact that it was barely worth the walk to the ring for the time he spent speaking. This confused me until I realized, even though we talked about on the last program we did, you and I, Brian, did we not? Am I in a hallucinatory state from book signing drunkenness? Didn't we talk about all the publicity that everybody's reported Jacob Fatu was injured and was going to be out and blah, blah, blah already?
Yeah, Experience 604 just came out.
But it's not like we broke any we didn't have the Pentagon Papers here. This was a widely known, as who was it one time somebody cut a promo and said it's a well-known secret. But it was a widely known thing that Jacob Fatu was injured amongst the wrestling fan and reporter community at large. Was it not?
That's the word that had gone around before SmackDown, yes.
So they just said, well, fuck it. We're just going to act like he's going to wrestle, and then we're just going to beat him up in the back. But how did these things get out to that wide an extent if that's not in their plans of what they're going to be doing? Because whatever the case, it never will get to it. So that was the first segment.
What'd you think of Cody's energy? Again, we've talked about how Cody's kind of been minimized over the last several months, even though he's still the world champion. But what'd you think of anything different you see, or is everything as good as normal?
I didn't pay that much attention because I was waiting for him to get to the point, and he started leaving by the time that I was still waiting. I thought there was going to be some, and like everybody else, I was turning my head and looking to the back. In this case, I was turning my head and looking to the kitchen. But I was waiting for who was going to come out. They didn't come out. But I'll tell you what they did do. They did have Cody later on in the back come up on Jacob Fatu, and Fatu gave him a big promo. When I'm finished with you, when I'm finished with Drew, then I'm going to show you the real me, or whatever the fuck he said. And Cody's like, good luck, and I look forward to it. So there's still nothing the matter with Jacob. More on this in a moment. In between that, they had Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss and Sol Ruka and Zarya. I didn't pay attention. Any comments on Cody yourself before we move along to what they've done to Sammy?
No, nothing really from the beginning. Like you said, I'm waiting for something to happen. Took him long enough just to get to the ring. I mean, it's a dream for people who love fast forwarding, because you can kind of just go from one thing to another. You finish SmackDown in 20 minutes.
See, that's the thing I miss about the streaming. It's hit or miss as to whether you can see what you're skipping or not. But I feel you.
But I think even though Cody comes back later in the show and has a big angle, I guess technically a match, I think the thing that people were talking about the most after SmackDown was the U.S. Championship Challenge.
Well, you're correct. And boy, I was scared to death because it apparently looked like it was going to be The Miz. And here comes The Miz, and then all of a sudden, here comes Carmelo Hayes. Remember him? He's still around. And he beat up Miz in the aisleway, and people came out, and they all fought off. And there's Sammy standing in the ring, and all of a sudden, the music plays, and it's Ilya Kuryakin. No, that was David McCallum, wasn't it? It's Ilya Dragunov. And I guess he's been hurt. I love. He is a gimmick. You can tell this is not like something he's, doesn't want to do or be forced to do or whatever, or didn't come up with himself. He's a little Tasmanian devil. That's what Dusty, I bet, would say. You're a little Tasmanian devil. And he and Gunther, remember, had one of the better matches that we've seen in years and years. And we like Ilya. So here he comes. And I think he's better. Sammy and Javon gelled well because they do the spectacular, the spots and the flying, and it's exciting in that visual aspect. And also, Sammy, as I've said, can sell when he wants to, maybe closer to Ricky Morton than anybody today. I think Ilya is best with the big fucking heel so he can be the underdog and the feisty, never say die fellow. Like if Darby Allin had had responsible parents and had grown up to be a responsible adult and an athlete instead of a crash test dummy. So I don't know that this match I enjoyed as much as I didn't enjoy as much as Sammy and Javon or as much as Ilya and a Gunther. But, and also because it was broken up by 2 breaks in the first 15 minutes. So the first 15 minutes, 8 minutes were on and 7 minutes were off. But the fans in the building got behind Ilya again toward the end there because he's obviously not a heel, and Sammy wasn't being a heel in that respect. And then finally, Sammy, is mounted to come back and go to put him away. Solo comes out to the entranceway and stands there. And Sammy delays his kick. And then when he went for the kick, Ilya hit him with a goddamn flying dingbat and hit him with a driving forearm, and boom, and 1, 2, 3. So it's not like that Ilya did something to cheat, but he took advantage of something that he might not have even known was going on, wasn't responsible for. So we got a new champion. That part I like. Then we start going downhill. But before we get there, Brian, comment on the top of the mountain before we get to the pit of the valley.
I thought it was really good. I saw people raving about it, some saying it was WWE's best match or one of their best matches of the year. I think that's a little too far. I thought the Javon Evans match with Sammy was better than this one, but this was really good. Big pop at the end. Maybe it's a minor thing that's superficial that bothers me, but when a guy you've seen a little bit of and gotten into shows back up with the makings of, it didn't even look like it was finished, a giant chest and neck tattoo, that kind of throws me off a little bit. I'm sorry to say. It just all of a sudden, like, what the fuck is this guy thinking? Is he an idiot? But he showed up with that, and I didn't think that looked the greatest. But Ilya's really good. Really good match. Really shitty post-match after it. But good moment. The fans there were really into it, and it was a good match.
Well, and I'm glad that Ilya is back. I'm glad he's going to be on the main roster. I'm glad they're doing something with him. Love is in the air, right? And I've complimented Sammy as well. So, and none of this is their fault. They're now at the mercy of the people pulling the strings. But Sammy and Ilya got up, and they were face to face, and we don't really know what might transpire. And then here come Solo's guys with their faces painted like panda bears. It's Jeff Cobb, right? JC Mateo, and it's taller Tonga. He's taller than all of them. And there's Tonga Loa. We got Tama Tonga back, or is that the extent of them?
Tama Tonga there. Manoloa.
That's right. Who now? What?
Oh, no, I'm confusing them with a macadamia nut. I'm sorry.
Well, the point is there are the whole group of them, except for Solo, have their faces painted black and white. And I wasn't really exaggerating. That's the first. When you look at one of those paint jobs on their faces, do you think panda bear before you think anything else?
I had not, and I'm pretty sure I will think of nothing but that now that you brought it up.
How could you not? They're white faces and black fucking circle. It's a panda bear.
Maybe someone will throw some bamboo in the ring.
Now, I know that, I'm not up on all of the young folks. I understand some of the cities in the country are burning, I understand, just riots. Are the street gangs now painting their faces black and white to imitate or simulate or copulate of a panda bear? Or if so, or some type of, what is this activity? Or is this just, how can you take a group of Samoans that are 250 to 300 plus pounds, that are up to 7 feet tall, and make them physically unintimidating to where the first response of a normal person would be, what the fuck are these guys?
Is there anything to be said for war paint? Like they're a
That
tribe?
ain't it. No, there's no Samoan that has ever painted their face for war on the islands, or even on Gilligan's Island, that looks like this. What are you?
Well,
if I am wrong, if there is some warlike tribe of Maoris somewhere that paint their face like this, Google it right now, and I'll give $1,000 to the Maori charity.
Why don't you just give it to me if I find it?
Good, no, because you don't need it, and you're not a Maori.
I do the work. I should get the money, not the charity that you never heard of.
Then
before.
you're going to have to move to a goddamn Pacific island, thousands of miles away from here, and I'll send you that $1,000.
Samoan war paint. They do, in fact, paint their faces, apparently. It appears to be
I'm not saying they don't paint their face. Don't paint their faces like this.
More Umaga-ish. I don't see any photos of the white, except for the photos that come off of the borderline, actually. That's the only photos I see.
The only ones. And is that so you can see them in the dark? What the giant glowing, wouldn't that be the opposite of, I thought war paint and like camouflage to disguise you from the enemy, not fucking make you glow. But anyway, so
hey, by the way,
I mean, seriously,
what are they called? They're not the bloodline, right? They're something else.
They're the MFTs, which I assumed was motherfucking Tongans, but now is apparently my family tree.
Oh.
Either that or Solo also bought out that goddamn genealogy research website that went bankrupt, and he's got that scam going now. I don't know.
But if it's my family tree, he used to call him my MFT. So that'd be my family tree?
Or the MFTs, my family trees. How many families are you branching off of there? Well, his original name was Target because everybody had a shot at it.
All right. Well, let's
see now. No, I wouldn't say that.
Let's get back to the panda attack here.
The panda attack.
It was like a Chinese zoo on SmackDown.
To be fair now, they reminded me of Mike Boyette. When he was Apocalypse, a soldier of fortune. I've told you this story years ago, but one of the first people I managed in 1982 was poor hippie Mike Boyette, who had come up with a gimmick because he was a legitimate fucking badass judo guy in the 60s, I came to find out. And as well, he had been in some type of branch of the service in Vietnam, which it may explain quite a bit of Mike's future life and mental state. And also, Mike was one of the trailblazers in pro wrestling and pharmaceuticals. So he sells Dundee on a gimmick to bring him into Memphis as Apocalypse, the soldier of fortune. And Apocalypse, the movie, had just been 3 or 4 years, or if that long, whatever the fuck, right? Big movie. And they're in the war, right? So he's got the fucking camouflage. He's got the khaki pants and the combat boots, and he's got a netting the war to the ring as a jacket and a camouflage hat, and he painted his face in like a camouflage. You're hiding in the jungle. And it kind of looked badass. And then he lost the boots after 3 weeks. But I came in one night and I said, Mike, where's your boots? He's sitting there barefoot, right? No say, I'm going to work barefoot. That's why. He said, they said my boots were made out of potatoes. and then as the gimmick went on, which I think was part of the pharmaceutical trailblazing, and eventually, that would catch up with him, but he started doing these outlandish paint designs and one time I've got great pictures. He was actually a panda bear. It was a black and white panda bear, and the headgear matched, and he would have a bright red blood red tongue with some other type of designs that he would have stood out on the goddamn moon. It was completely, he was just pilled up. It was amazing. Then he broke or hurt his neck on Bobby Fulton's stomach and left my establishment, right, my dynasty of champions.
Once again, let's get away from your establishment back to the Panda House.
Yes. So anyway, they came out and beat up Sammy and Ilya. And this is and then Phoenix came out and they beat him up too. And this is what I was about to say 10 minutes ago. I'm glad that Ilya is on the roster, but it's obvious that this was kind of okay, but yeah, we got other things to do. This was not a moment that was focused on. So it's not like they're giving him a rocket ship to the main event at WrestleMania, but now he's the U.S. champion. But then they beat them up, and Solo got on the microphone and talked long enough to lose some interest, and then the lights went out. And when they came back on, there was the Wyatt Shits standing on the ring apron. I'm like, oh, God. And I'd lulled myself into a false sense of security, Brian, that I forgot these guys were around. But here are these giant Samoan guys in this ring, even though they're painted to look like a clown in the fucking, Ringling Brothers. There's how many of them now did we establish? Is there 5? There was 5 of them,
the Samoans,
right?
There were 5, yeah.
Yes. And of the Wyatt 6, there's 4. What the?
Well,
right?
3 men and a woman.
Well, so three people and a woman.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying there's 4 of them to begin. The Wyatt 6, but there's 4. And as they're standing lined up, the woman is one of them. And she's lined up with Solo. Was she not like in the middle? I'm like, what the fuck? And Solo turns around and calls his guys off. Would a year and a half ago, would the bloodline have just eaten these people?
No, because the bloodline would have never been in the same segment with these people. And that's the problem with Solo's group. Solo's group dragged Jacob Fatu down eventually when they had him turn. And then there's nothing happening with them. If they're going to be in a feud with the Wyatts, and I can't imagine that's going to go too long because they also beat up Sammy and Ilya and Dragon Lee. This is the makings for the worst war games ever.
Was that Dragon Lee? I thought that was Phoenix.
Oh, Ray Phoenix. Excuse me.
Well,
Dragon Lee.
There's no. Are you racist? You don't know which masked guy is which.
But my point is, I don't know what any of this is. I don't know if there's any demand for it. I think the U.S. Championship Challenge was good over the last several weeks. With a good match here. It's amazing to think this is all part of the end of that.
Yeah,
but again, why didn't Solo just super kick the girl if she comes in the ring? Wouldn't that change everything? I mean, we have so much intergender fighting happening now in wrestling. If the Wyatts are there in the dark and they creep up behind you and there's 5 of you and there's 3 men and a woman, so that means, one-on-one, the girl's going to take on 2 guys, I guess. Take her out, make the other guys go save her. And where's the leader? Where's Bo Dallas? Other than the video screen. Again, I'm thinking too much about this because it's terrible. But yeah, that's what we have to look forward to. This whole segment was kind of the good and bad of SmackDown. A good competitive match that makes sense because it builds into a multi-week storyline of Sami Zayn having the U.S. title open challenge. A couple guys almost won it. Someone did today. And then immediately you get stuff with people you don't care about feuding with other people you don't care about.
Well, the new champion is laying on his face somewhere off camera. So I wasn't a fan of that part for this. I could understand if, goddamn The Rock and Stone Cold needed to come out and use the ring for a minute. But Jesus Christ.
Well, Jim, getting back to the U.S. Championship Challenge, winning a championship is still a big moment in a wrestler's career.
It certainly is.
What do you do after that big moment? Some guys, they may go the wrong way and go to the strip club and buy some dangerous things and get into all sorts of trouble.
You can go the wrong way. Don't go the wrong way.
But the right way would be to care about your health and to care about the food you're ingesting.
I thought you were going to send them to a casino.
No, I'm talking about food that is prepared by a chef for a champion's meal from our good friends. I'm a big fan of theirs at Factor.
Well, I'll tell you what, right now, it always comes up that between the back to school times and the busier routines, the shorter, our days are getting shorter. Brian, every day is getting shorter, never seem to find the time. Plans that either come to naught or half a page of scribbled lines. But the days are shorter, but finding time to cook and all of that stuff can be tough. And that's why we love Factor, because they have chef-prepped, dietitian-approved meals. The chef's name is Oscar. The dietitian is Gretel. And everything that you get will pass in front of them. Gretel, she's of German descent.
Oh, obviously.
She's a portly lady with blonde hair. I don't know. She looks somewhat like Doris Ziffel. Actually, Barbara Pepper, character actress. Kids, Google her while I tell you about how great Factor is. They've got more variety and more meals now. You can choose from a wider selection of weekly meal options, including premium seafood choices like salmon and shrimp at no extra cost. And if you get to know these people well, I recommend the swordfish as well as the gar. For you fishermen out there, they have wonderful gar. You can support your wellness goals, enjoy even more GLP-1 friendly meals and the new Mediterranean diet options, packed with protein and good for you fats. You know the way those Mediterraneans eat and all the things they use lubrication for over there in the Greek Isles. Savor global flavors. See, that is a tongue twister, folks. For the first time, Factor is offering you the opportunity to try Asian-inspired meals with bold flavors, influenced by China, Thailand, and more. Just the other day, Stacy was eating one of her dinners. She said, that tastes like it came from China. And I'll tell you what, there's no more bolder compliment than that. 97% of the customer.
I don't know why that's the boldest compliment you can get, but 97% of all customers, you were saying.
Yes. Say that Factor helped them live a healthier life. And the other 3% were unavailable for comment, but the estate is still engaging in legal representation. Feel the difference no matter your routine with Factor, folks. And I'm going to tell you now what you need to do here in a second, because I got to find now this next page of this thing. What you can do is you can go to Factor, Factor, factormeals.com/JCE50 off. That's the code. JCE50 off. You're going to get 50% off your first box plus free breakfast for 1 year. And just be careful when they bring those eggs in on a pallet. You're going to need to have a place about 6 by 8 feet to store them. That's code JCE50 off at factormeals.com. It'll tell you what you're going to get and what you can get and what you'd like to get. And you're going to get it for half price, half off. Not actually the product all the product will be there. They won't take half out of the order.
No,
they will just take half off of the price.
That's right. And again, Factor is so good right now. They give you a chance to pick and choose exactly what meal you want. They have plans also. I like the Protein Plus one, but the food they recently sent over here was so delicious. Fresh grilled chicken, which is actually harder to find if you're ordering on DoorDash or something than you would think. And salmon that was so delicious. Big fans here in this house. I know Stacy Cornette is a big fan over there. We're all big fans of Factor. Jim, One more time.
Well, you can even be a smaller fan because they got the low carb meals and the things for people watching their caloric intake and things and such of that nature. So you can lose weight as well if you factor in the factor program and don't over factor yourself. But that code again, JCE50 off to get 50% off your first box plus free breakfast for 1 year at factormeals.com/JCE. They're delivered to your door. I mean, you don't even have to go down the street to pick them up anymore. Used to, they'd leave them on the corner for every block, and you kind of just went and, sometimes people took your shit. But now it comes right there to the door.
They will bring it right to your door. Let's make sure we stress that factor.
Yes.
Friends of ours, they deliver delicious
They do that
food.
now. Offer only valid for new Factor customers with the code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchase. And please, you know what I like, especially some of the new line they've got, the spit roasted ocelot. I like that an awful lot.
Again, you can see the actual meals they have and pick what you would like.
Factormeals.com/JCE50 off. Don't forget about that.
Don't forget JCE50 off. But Jim, let's now transport ourselves back to SmackDown.
Oh, I forgot we were still doing that. Well, here's what happened. After we got the I think the machine guns and the mechanical Garzas, it was main event time, the number one contender match. It's supposed to be Drew McIntyre and Jacob Fatu. And then, as we mentioned earlier, even though that it has been somewhat widely reported that Jacob Fatu was out, and we've already done a program on it for what was described as a non-wrestling injury. More on this in a moment. They're still just on this show. They really don't give a shit anymore whether everybody knows it's phony. If it's gonna, except if somebody breaks their leg and goes down and is non-ambulatory, they're just going to go through with this shit no matter what, I guess. But nevertheless, the music plays for Fatu, no Fatu. And then on the screen, they're running, it's chaos. Oh my God, Fatu's down. Somebody's turned over the Jolly Green Giant's erector set. I don't know what's laying on him. It's a giant thing, and he's bleeding from the mouth, and there's teeth laying all over the floor. And there's a big old pool of blood. And there's lots of teeth on the floor. And then we'll get back to that. But Aldis not Aldis, but Drew McIntyre came out and cut the promo first and called him Bleeding Gums Fatu and is telling the referee to raise his hand, give me the match. This guy's obviously not able to continue, compete, whatever. Then Aldis came out. And he's like, did you have something? I didn't have anything to do with it. I want this match. I want the win. Give it to me now. And Cody comes out and says, you know what you did. I don't think he did it. But nevertheless, these fans wanted a number one contender match, Cody says. So you wanted the title match? Well, let's have it right here, right now. And the thing I could see, again, this is so Dusty-ish. Cody's dressed in his street clothes. Dusty would have been not in a fucking custom-made suit, but he would have been in his Dusty apparel. And it would have added to the fucking impromptu-ness of the match and the way that they kicked into it. Except as soon as they started the fight, they went to a break, and you had to sit there for 3 minutes if you did and go, And that's one thing that if I could change about their production versus AEW's, at least AEW will give you a few minutes to get hooked on the match or involved in the match in some kind of way. Most time it doesn't work, but you have the opportunity. Here, it's like, as soon as they actually start fighting, we don't want to see it. But nevertheless, and they did the picture-in-picture, yes, but it's ridiculous. in which they fought all over the arena and then back and came back with 8 minutes on the air and then rang the bell for the match. And boom, they just had to have a flurry and the fans were into it. And it was a back and forth fight. And then Cody made a big comeback and Drew threw him over the rail, but Cody grabbed the belt and crowned Drew with it and got disqualified. And then Cody cleared off the desk. It was going to give him the crossroads on the desk, but security came out and flooded him. So Cody jumped up to the top rope and dove off on everybody. And then they drug Drew out, just like they drag out most of their television programming. So for what it was, that was very effective. But again, it's, you know, we just totaled up the 15 minutes of excitement in a 2-hour program. And, you know, and so Fatu, but I'll give you a chance to chime in on all of it. Now they're saying Fatu, it's dental work. They were at first saying he was going to be out of the ring maybe till into 2026. Dental work?
Wait, someone said he's going to be out until the end of 2026?
No, into the calendar year 2020. The first story was he would be out into 2026. That was a couple of weeks ago. Now they're saying, it might not be as long. What is he having his fucking jaw replaced? That fucking guy is going to, you know, dental work can be painful. And I would think if he's having something extensive done, you wouldn't want to work for a couple of weeks, but I don't know what he could be having done that they would need to injure him on camera and him take a month or two off. The dentists out there in the cult corner, because we're not trying to knock Jacob Fatu. We love him. So we're trying to get to the bottom of this. What could they be doing that he would need to take enough time off that you would need to hurt him on television and knock all of his teeth out on the floor? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, it's not uncommon for wrestlers to show up with all new teeth the last few years. I mean, look at his cousin Roman Reigns.
Well, yeah, but Roman only wrestled one time to goddamn a month to begin with, or even less. I don't see Jacob Fatu as the kind of guy who would say, I'm going to have some elective bullshit done, so take me off television. I think he wants to work. He wants to get over. He wants to be a fucking star. I'm trying to think what is fucked up so bad in his mouth that, and I'm not even trying to belittle him. I need clarity on this. Somebody out there besides Dr. Mike Lano with a dentistry degree.
He might be the cause of all these problems. Jacob Fatu's from the Bay Area. Maybe.
Shit, do you think oh my God, and that's it. He's been worked on by Dr. Mike Lano. That would take even the Samoan werewolf down to his knees. Holy God, I've said we might be doing some sad singing and slow walking coming up for Jacob Fatu. If Dr. Mike Lano has been inside of his head.
You know, one of my favorite defenses years ago that some people would have for Mike Lano's not crazy would be, no, I used to talk to him all the time and everything seemed normal. And then the more would come out, like, yeah, but when I was talking to him, I'd hear like a drill in the background. He'd be calling people to talk wrestling while they're patients in the fucking chair. Allegedly.
But at least the patients were unconscious. So they'd never know. Allegedly. No, I just alleged that myself.
Well, again, Jacob Fatu, we wish you well. If it is Dr. Mike Lano you're seeing, you may want to go to a new dentist.
But, and here's the thing also with Fatu's, the giant pool of blood that they had on the ground along with the teeth. And at the same time, by the time they went back to see him again, you know, before this main event or, you know, before the whole thing was over with, he was still spitting, but it wasn't really bleeding still. And it was kind of like I've seen blood on the floor and I've not seen that amount of teeth. you need a baseball bat, right? But I've seen blood on the floor and I've had a tooth knocked out. And it didn't look very legitimate, but he would not have been, his face would have needed to be reconstructed if somebody had knocked that many teeth out of that guy all at the same time. He would have not have been sitting there spitting.
Hey, one last thing on this before we close up SmackDown. You mentioned before that you're starting not to think, or you don't believe that it was Drew that took out Jacob Fatu. Could this just be a way to finish up everything with Fatu and Drew without actually finishing anything up so that when he comes back, there doesn't have to be a match. They can move him on to something else?
Well, there can always be a match, and they might still want to reignite it, but they want to get the attention off of it because they're not going to deliver what they said they were going to deliver. So they want the people to want something else, which is why they turned them down this primrose path. So I mean, they got to do what they got to do, but they may very well revisit it at some point in time when they can give it. But now the reason why they did this, obviously, is they're going to take the place of, or they're going to replace a major Fatu match or something in the plan with Cody and Drew now on something that we've yet to fucking determine, just because they're changing shit around a little bit and they want to lean the people to think in a different direction.
Well, that was WWE SmackDown, and we shall return right after this short commercial timeout. All right, we have returned from our commercial timeout.
So is the guy with the chainsaw back there.
We have a special appearance by Chainsaw Charlie this week on the show, sponsored by the past.
Brian, I've got a bulletin over here. You know, unbeknownst to you, I've had Jay Sharknado out on the crime beat. I think he has the makings of a hell of an investigative reporter, and he's gotten to the bottom. Have you heard about the big crime of the century here lately over in Paris, which is over in France, where they broke into the famous museum, the Louvre? Have you heard about this?
The Louvre, yes. Big, surprising criminal activity. It's supposed to be like a fortress, and somehow this happened midday, apparently. Priceless jewels from Napoleon that were stolen.
Now that we know how they did it now. Officials say 4 thieves used a truck-mounted basket lift and power tools to make off with priceless crown jewels from the world's most visited museum on Sunday. The brazen heist was carried out in less than 8 minutes. And Sunday at 9:30 in the morning, the museum is open. In summary, they parked a basket lift on the side of the museum that faces the river and used it to gain access to a balcony where they forced open a window using an angle grinder. What did Kurt have to do with this, do you think? What is it? I've heard of an angle slam, but nevertheless,
no, the angle grinder was his ex-wife.
Go! And they entered the museum's Apollo Gallery, home to the historic collection of crown jewels. They smashed 2 high-security display cases and grabbed 8 objects before fleeing on 2 motorcycles. They were inside the museum less than 4 minutes. The French Minister of Culture said
I surrender. I surrender.
Oh, quit now. You can't keep browbeating these poor people. And maybe they wanted to just infiltrate from within. But nevertheless, he said they were very efficient, is what he said. Is that French? They were very efficient. That's Clouseau. One of the suspects attempted to set fire to the truck they used to carry out the raid, but was stopped by a Louvre security officer. And then so they got
How did he stop them?
Well, I guess he had a fire extinguisher. I don't got.
Like they didn't capture them. They didn't stop them. He just stopped them starting a fire.
Maybe he bungled out there on the street and said, "Why are you trying to set that truck on fire?" And they just ran off. And then later on, they say, "Hey, did you see two guys?" "Yeah."
I guess
I stopped them.
I guess that time of day, considering what happened, that is where the security guard would be, out on the street wandering around.
Yeah.
He wasn't in the museum.
But they got a tiara, necklace, and single earring from the sapphire set belonging to 19th century French queens Marie Amelia and Hortense. There's another woman's name that you do not encounter often anymore, Hortense. An emerald necklace at a Hortense, Hortense.
Oh.
You can imagine what some of their nicknames were for short. An emerald necklace and a pair of emerald earrings from Empress Marie Louise, as she played Ginger on Gilligan's Island. Also a reliquary brooch. Brooch? Is it a brooch or brooch?
Brooch.
Well, this is Brooch.
Brioche.
A reliquary brioche, a tiara and brioche belonging to Empress Eugenie, wife of Napoleon III. And they have inestimable heritage and historical value. They dropped the Empress Eugenie's crown, which features 1,354 diamonds, 1,136 rose-cut diamonds, whatever the case that is, and 56 emeralds. It was found near the scene. They dropped all the goddamn, they dropped the crown. That was the crowning fucking thing. But they have vowed to catch the suspects, recover the priceless artifacts, buy Cracky, and somebody's going down for this. Especially fucking with Empress Eugenie's shit, for God's sake.
That was the name we read the other day. One of Prince Andrew's daughters was Princess Eugenie.
That it must be, it runs in the family, sort of like Hortense. She ran through the whole family.
That's what Prince Andrew called it when he saw the look on the face of these women. Hortense.
Andrew. All right. But anyway, so now we know what's happened to the crown jewels, or some of them.
You hear the chainsaw? You hear my crown jewels?
I hear,
right
yes, I hear your chainsaw, but the people, they understand.
This is actually the team that pulled off the hit at the Louvre. They're practicing right now. This is what they do. They just cut endlessly.
If they've got a truck with a bucket lift, I would watch out.
Well, Jim.
Yes.
That was international intrigue. But let's now move on to the opposite of intrigue. I don't know what exactly it is, but AEW had their annual tribute to Antonio Inoki, WrestleDream. This time, it took place again. I don't remember where it was. Where was it this year, Jim? Do you remember?
Back here for the very first time in St. Louis, Missouri.
Louis. That's right. That's right.
That's why they had the big arch on the stage there.
That's right.
Actually, they were trying to conduct some kind of weird fucking Tesla experiment.
The home of Lou Thez, the home of Sam Mushnick, the home of St. Louis wrestling. What better way to honor the traditional NWA stylings of St. Louis wrestling?
Poor Charlie Thez.
Charlie Thez, who was having a great time. Literally, they were saying hello to her mid-match at some points on this show. It's a great fan experience, AEW, but let's talk about wrestling.
Do you remember that great moment between Lou Thez and Dick Hutton where they waterboarded each other?
I think that was actually between Carl Gotch and Buddy Rogers, if I'm remembering correctly.
It came close to it. If they'd been in the showers instead of where they were, all right.
Well, it's a long road to waterboarding.
It's a long road to Tipperary, but we're going to go anyway. I think I've come up with it, Brian, to explain this whole show, this AEW WrestleDream pay-per-view, premium live event, whatever. I can explain it. And the answer is that all these guys, all the wrestlers in the locker room, they got together and they say, you know what? We have done everything we can do. Literally, they've done everything they can do. And we beat up our bodies and just put ourselves in a hospital, and this ain't going to work. We hate these because the WWE, they're making more money than the Philadelphia Mint with a branch office in Carson City. They are like, what the fuck? We do all this shit, and yeah, Tony's paying us, but we ain't drawing shit. And meanwhile, they don't do anything. And the people are goddamn fighting to get in there. And they've got together and they said, let's kill it. Let's just kill it. What's the downside? The way that we all work, we're not going to make it the next 3 or 4 years anyway. Tony's never going to give up. He's going to pay for this thing no matter what happens. If we hospitalize ourselves, then at least we get to stay home. We still get paid. But let's just do every kind of farcical, parody, jackass wrestling stunt that we possibly, let's just kill it. Let's do everything. Let's where they can't possibly do anything else they haven't already seen. At least for the people that are seeing what the fuck we're doing. We'll kill it for them. And that's the way they're going to take the WWE out of business by killing the whole fucking wrestling business. This is my proposal now. They can't honestly think this is good on purpose anymore. Can they?
I think they do. And I think that's the problem. I think he does. And I think that's the problem. I think there are wrestlers who Tony gives a lot of leeway to, like a Darby or a John Moxley. And it's not just them, but they go way too far with it. And does stuff that doesn't help the company, the perception of the company, the perception of wrestling. Makes both guys look like morons. But AEW, I think, thinks they're doing a good job. It's a tired phrase. The inmates are running the asylum. Tony's running the asylum.
Tony needs to be an inmate.
The inmates are running free in the asylum. And there's no guards. There's just no fucking guards. And the guards there just like, shrug and go, oh, fuck, there's nothing I could do. These inmates are going to go jump off that fucking ladder right onto their head. I can't stop them.
Yeah.
But yeah, AEW is a tale of excess. And, Tony Khan's the same guy that I believe has said at Media Scrums that AEW is a family product for everybody. That's not even close to true.
Yeah, but it's only if you don't like your family. Jesus, hey, yeah, bring mother-in-law and Uncle Claude over and let's make them watch this shit. Good Lord. All righty. So they were in St. Louis, as we mentioned, at the Chaffetz Arena. This thing was chafing on me about midway through. But before the actual pay-per-view itself, of course, as you know, they have a pre-show, which now they call a tailgate brawl. Are the people just allowed to drive their vehicles into the building and just watch them brawl?
Where did that air? Because I got it from Amazon, and I got a 1-hour pre-show that appeared to be in the arena from up high called 0 Hour, which has always been the name of their pre-show. And It was Renee and RJ and Lance Archer.
You doesn't got to call him RJ.
For a giant heel who should be a killer, he is like so well composed on the microphone. But they had, and Jeff Jarrett, of course, because, this has been the year of the retirement of John Cena and Jeff Jarrett. Let's not forget that. But where's Tailgate Party air?
I don't know, because and this time I was able to differentiate because I got it on Amazon. But they said, do you want to watch the 0 Hour? No. Do you want to watch okay. But they do it somewhere, and it's in the building, and they're broadcasting it somewhere. But nevertheless, they had a number of matches, as you would imagine, before the actual show matches. I'm reading the recap.
Shouldn't it be in the parking lot? If it's a tailgate thing, if that's the name you're going to use, why wouldn't it be in the parking lot?
Well, I don't know. It doesn't really say. It doesn't say. But at the same time, when the last match on the 0 hour or pre-show or tailgate party or whatever the fuck bled over into the actual pay-per-view, they were in the ring, in the building. So I don't know. You're asking me to try to explain things related to Tony Khan's mind.
Help me.
Help me. So evidently Claudio and Wheeler and Danny Garcia and Pac beat Kyle O'Reilly, Ishii, Roderick Strong, and Pockets. So a good 8-man tag to start the night off. And then
that truly is a battle of who is the worst faction. The Death Riders, who have been awful, and the conglomeration, which appears to just be any babyface who has nothing to do, they throw into this thing. Man or woman, Ishii just in the middle of this out of nowhere makes no sense. Orange Cassidy, Adam Cole's old friends, Mark Briscoe, Willow Nightingale. It's the biggest makeshift group, but again, the Death Riders completely fucking suck.
But it also, that's their truth in advertising. That's why they call it the conglomeration. So see, they're admitting up front, here's just a bag of miscellaneous parts. But anyway, of course, the Death Riders have to win that because naturally they do. Then apparently Eddie Kingston has taken Hook under his armpit, an unenviable position for anyone. And they wrestled Brian the Frat House, Griff Garrison and Cole Carter. Get out of the way for old Cole Carter. He's a real stinky farter. He'll shit on your head when you ain't looking because he's been eating Granny's cooking.
Thinking long-term booking in a couple of years, they're perfectly set up for a really good Eddie Kingston Kota Ibushi feud over who has the most time off. You broke my record.
Well, they did that. Then Harley Cameron and Willow Nightingale wrestled Megan Brain and Penelope Pitstop. And I don't see who won. Willow won. Willow won. And then the match that started the pay-per-view, because now their strategy is we'll get a hot match going and we'll run it into the main show, the pay-per-view. So we've hooked the people from wherever this is showing or whatever the case may be. And they picked FTR against Kevin Knight and Hong Kong Phooey. The first thing that you saw on the pay-per-view, and the match is already going on, but they fire the pyro off anyway when they come up on the air for the pay-per-view. But the first thing you see is, again, this fucking little weaselly, innocuous, bland. What more terminology can I use to describe Spitball?
4th degree black belt, notorious badass.
Oh, Christ.
Baddest man in the house.
Well, he's up on top of one of FTR throwing some fake girly punches. And that's the first thing you see. They're kicking the shit out of FTR. And then Stokely gets in the ring and interferes in front of the referee. And it was a continuous 4-way, except when 2 guys would roll out and hide on the floor so the other 2 guys could go do their shit. And the referee doing nothing about that anyway. And what it was FTR trying to fucking tear the house down with anybody to show we can do it with anybody. And most of the time in this company, they end up with people that can't keep up, or it's preposterous, or at some point, dude, it ain't your place. This isn't even like the Midnight Express and the Rock and Roll Express trying to steal the show in Greensboro. It's like, my God, there's going to be 4 more hours of this shit and just 100 miles an hour. And again, it would bury a 15-year-old girl not to be able to overpower Bayley. I would take the other Bayley in a fight with this Bayley. So, I mean, do you see they just get complicated and the baby faces can't follow it and it gets to be too much regardless for anybody?
Yeah, I do get that. I think that on a positive note, I do like the idea of starting the pay-per-view with FTR. That's the best chance you got to have the show start with a reasonable wrestling match in a perfect world, not necessarily this. But they didn't even do that. They started in the middle of it. I didn't even have access to the beginning of the match. I thought it was all right. You know, the Speedball Mike Bailey thing, even if he is the biggest badass of all time, even if he's the toughest motherfucker who ever lived, he doesn't look like it. And this is a cosmetic injury. This is a cosmetic industry. And I think it matters. I think, you know, if you have someone who's the toughest guy ever and he's a tiny little guy, you know, that shouldn't be the gimmick necessarily, but, you know, they like him. The AEW fans like him. FTR did a lot here. It was almost like they were trying to do a classic FTR match. And yeah, those are my thoughts.
Yeah. And, you know, that may be a good term to describe Bailey, though. Cosmetic injury. What? He's suffered one either through Mother Nature or whatever. And then the finish, go ahead.
I mean, but that's the thing. Like, if you said, you know, if you have Wardlow, and again, we don't have him and we won't have him for a while, but like him when he was in shape when he was first there, if you had said that guy's the baddest guy on the planet, you could build that, even if it's not true, because it looks reasonable. With a Mike Bailey, it doesn't seem reasonable. Like, unless you get like real like security cam footage of him kicking the shit out of everyone at a bar, it doesn't seem reasonable.
Don't give him any ideas.
Do it, Tony. Let him start the fight and let him finish the fight. Let's see what happens. And then we can do a weekly thing. Just take the wrestlers and put them in real life bar fights. I'd pay to see that.
But then also some wise ass is going to say, well, Bruce Lee was only 140 pounds. That's the part where the aura comes in, where the ability to project some level of that comes in. And you can't compare this. He's taking your order at a fucking Subway, this guy.
Yeah.
It's not,
the kicks. Like, even if he's a real karate guy who can throw real kicks, he looks like he's auditioning for the Rockettes when he throws them that quickly. Like, it doesn't look like this guy's a badass. It looks like this guy goes to jazzercise.
Look how fast I can lift my feet up in the air. Yes, we like it. We like it. All right. And that's where they went to ringside for Tony Schiavone with poor Charlie Thest. It's good to see that she's doing well, but she was trying to put St. Louis over, and it's just wonderful, the wonderful matches, and she's a very nice woman, but Lou Thesz would have vomited already on his shoes if he was in the front row. I mean, yet he stayed interested and involved with the business. When he lived in Norfolk in the 80s, he used to go to the matches there every once in a while at the Scope. But no, can you imagine at any point in Lou Thesz, who, when he was NWA champion, told him he didn't want to be booked on the same card with women and midgets because he felt it demeaned the industry, and who pretty much never participated in any kind of gimmick match, even with stipulations. It was a rare thing. And Brian, you have the Wrestling News Archive. I've got an incredible photo collection. When's the last time you saw a picture of Lou Thesz bleeding in the wrestling ring?
I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Well, he wrestled from 1935 until the mid-1980s. In 50 years. So, what the fuck would he think about all this? He would slap the guys around 50 years ago if he didn't think they were legitimate wrestlers then. What would he do with Jack Perry?
Again, this is Luthez, who we heard at one point or another hated Memphis-type wrestling, gimmicks, didn't want to wrestle on shows with women. He would have gone apeshit over this show.
But, and she was, again, searching, it's great to be back in St. Louis. But nevertheless.
Was that it about the FTR match? No closing thoughts?
Oh, yeah, that was it about the FTR match. Because, what, they're meaningless at this point. They've been booked into irrelevancy and the fans have turned on them and they've got children to work with. So what's to look forward to?
Well, there's more of this card to look forward to.
Oh, not to look forward to. What did you think of Thekla versus Jamie Hayter, where everybody was banned from ringside?
I hope you watched this. The fact that you asked me first makes me think you didn't. It was such a train wreck. It was really bad. But it was the kind of bad match that pulled me in. I was like, oh my God, this just keeps getting worse. I don't know who was the sloppy person or who was just unprepared, but this match was not good. Then I saw people raving about it online, like, what a great women's match. No, that match was terrible, and it was sloppy, and it looked like it should be on an indie. Not good.
Well, I knew that I had a long slog ahead of me, and I was, why would I do this to myself this early? Because, again, I've got to conserve my energy. There's only so many times you can have all you can stands, and you can't stands no more. So I'll leave them alone till next time. Because we had to move forward to the winner gets $500,000 in cash in a fucking duffel bag match. What the... So the Hartley boys won $500,000 in the 10-man tag because Moxley didn't want his, so he gave it to them. But then Nick, who's apparently got a gambling problem, called 1-800-GAMBLER. And he lost it at, the casino in Indian Lake is a scene that you make with your little one. I don't know where the fuck they were. And then they're having another match for $500,000, but it's always in a goddamn duffel bag in cash. Is this number one, a safe, and number two, a legitimate way to do business in this day and age, Brian?
I think it's probably a throwback to in the past when that's happened in wrestling. Like Bobby Heenan had a bag of cash, a duffel bag of cash, when John Studd had the body slam challenge.
I guarantee you, if he'd had $500,000 in a duffel bag, he wouldn't have got out of the fucking dressing room, much less the goddamn arena.
How much money was supposed to be in that box for that battle royal where you got knocked out? Or the match where you got knocked out?
No, it wasn't even a battle royal. It was supposed to be.
It turned into a battle royal, the match.
Yeah. There was only supposed to be a few of us in the ring. Turned into quite a crowd. I think it was $1,000. Hart and Cornette will throw $1,000 at the crowd. Lawler went to the box office. His mother, Hazel, sold tickets, worked the box office. And he got like $227 in $1 bills and crumpled it up. So he put it in a box. It looked like a lot of cash. And the first fucking 2 handfuls, that's all I remember. Folks have heard that story, but $500,000. And again, it's the Buckaroos and Jungle Jack Off and Dino. Here we are 6 years later in the same exact place. And Tony's got one thing here. The fans like the Lizard. They could give a shit about the other 3. And I know that the Lizard is not particularly that good. We've seen what he's done in the past, but if somebody could produce him, you could do something with him, and the people like him, but nobody will produce him. And he's again stuck in this. It's the kids that want to play on a trampoline and they only interact with their friends. So I skipped the first 15 minutes of the match and then dropped in, and there was nothing happening and the fans were silent. And the visual of either one of the Jackson boys against Jack Perry, if just not just a WWE fan, but if just a regular person I know it's a pay-per-view, you'd have to do it on purpose, but they do this on TV too. The visual, you would bust out laughing. Unless they were viewers of, what was it, Matt Rats, Brian, from 15 years ago. But it's the same thing always. There's no tags. There's no logic. Knox is the referee because he just stands there and puts up with their meaningless dribble. That's their guy. Every other referee would probably be embarrassed. The fans sit there and stare in between the guys doing their tricks. And then they'll pop if a bump looks like it hurts somebody. And they make it as choreographed as they can and drag out their multiple false finishes. And then finally the baby faces double teamed Maddie over and over in front of the referee and pinned him and won the $500,000. So let that sink in again a minute. The baby faces double teamed one of the heels several times and then just pinned him. Your thoughts on the match before we go to the, you guessed it, there is an afterbirth.
You know, I actually liked it a little better than the average Young Bucks match, and I think because it wasn't in any way physically insulting. Suzanne saw some of this in here, and she didn't know who any of these people were. I had to say, that's Dylan McKay from 90210's son. That's Luke Perry's son. You know, and she noticed how thin he is. He's very, very slight. Next to him, the Young Bucks looked like big guys on the gas. And their stuff isn't as unreasonable. Look, I mean, their style of match is one thing, but watching them do their moves to someone the size of Jack Perry makes sense.
So if we could just get smaller and smaller people on the roster.
I think they should only be wrestling small people. Also, Luchasaurus, super over, like you said. You know, there's no one there to really teach them how to structure a tag match. I told Suzanne while she was here, I don't even remember what point, it could have been any point. I said, watch the referee. Tell me what he's doing. And it was a point where like there were multiple people in the ring. Rick Knox is just standing in the back at the opposite corner, and he kind of moves his hands around a little and says something, and sometimes it looks like he wants to take a step, but he doesn't. But I said, what is he doing? And then another time it was when someone was counting, and it was the longest, most ridiculous count. But yeah, I actually did not have a problem. I thought it was, for a Young Bucks match, I thought it was all right.
Well, that's faint praise. But nevertheless, let's get to the point of the whole thing. Now they've played for 25 minutes or whatever. So the baby faces go to leave with the bag of loot. But they stop and turn around and not only offer their hands for a handshake, but Perry offers a stack of money to the Bucks. And and then suddenly Josh Alexander and Mark Davis and Lance Archer jump in and start beating the shit out of Jungle Jack and Dino, and the Bucks do nothing, but they just get out and walk out. They go to the entranceway, and so the heels are getting some sloppy heat. And then music plays, and here comes Kenny. And he stops and talks to the Buckaroos. And he's like, why don't you do something? Well, we don't want to. Well, why don't you do so? Well, we don't want to. And then he hits the ring, and he starts fighting the three heels. And then Jack and Dino get up, and they start fighting. And they run the heels out of the ring at that point. So get more baby faces that look stupid. Here's these whiny little bitches, Maddie and Nikki, and after they have this 25-minute long match with them, they're not only going to offer a handshake, but here, have some of our money. Who thinks like that? And then they get the shit kicked out of them, and these guys do nothing after they've offered them money because they're fucking doormats. These baby faces are not likable. We'll get to Darby in a little while. He's doing everything he can to make the. Darby's one of those people that you like the idea of him when you first see him, and the more you get to know about him, the more you think he's an idiot. But he's doing everything he can to run common sense people off of his bandwagon. These are some stupid fucking baby faces in this booking.
Well, the crazy thing is, I think this is to set up the Young Bucks turning babyface shortly down the road. That's the craziest thing about this. The awkwardness and them and Adam Page, them and Omega, them and the Jurassic Express just had this match and they immediately want to be friends with the Bucks, and the Bucks leave slowly because they have to think about it. This is all in the same mindset of the people who thought, let's make Adam Page a drunk for the next year. Like, this is the same mindset. They're trying to turn them baby faces this way. Because eventually, when Omega and the Jurassic Express need help, the Bucks will have to step in.
It boggles my mind that they don't understand the difference, that you can't switch babyface from being a heel unless you were kind of over or kind of hot as a heel. And it's awful hard to switch heel, but not as hard as the other way around. But it's hard to switch heel if you're not some level of a babyface to begin with. But these guys don't have heat because of their wrestling performance. They annoy people. And their flash in the pan has passed. And their own AEW fans now have moved on to shinier things that do, at least they do the same shit all the time, but they haven't seen them as long as they've seen the Buckaroos. And they're just, people have figured out these are just two smarmy, self-obsessed, delusional children playing games. So whether they switch babyface, switch heel, paint themselves blue, whatever, they just annoy people.
Well, you know, Jim, perhaps things could have gone differently. Perhaps they would have gone differently if Nick Jackson had made better decisions. Like, instead of going to the casino and blowing all his money, just sitting at home with his family, but getting on his phone, downloading that app, and going to our friends at DK Casino.
That's right, because then it wouldn't have all these problems, all these issues with running fans and viewers off in droves and having complete apathy about his work as he continues to bald and move into middle age while still being called young and or a buck. Folks, if you feel like a young buck, but you don't want to go to the casino and stay out all night, be subjected to all those wild women with their loose morals, you can just sit at home and be subjected to your wild woman with loose morals and download the DraftKings Casino app, the home of, that's why they call it cash eruption. Because guys, let me tell you this, if you got cash, you can buy an eruption. Right now, spin the largest collection of cash eruption slots, including new and exclusive big bank breakout. Because if you knock over a big bank, you're going to have to break out. But if you've got a big bank, well, break it out. You're going to make some money. And then you can erupt for more cash. Folks, it's all part of the incredible fun you'll have when you go to the DraftKings Casino without leaving your home. You're going there in your mind. It's a playground in my mind. My name is Michael. I got some money. I'm going to download the DraftKings app. Then I'm going to spend all my money there. But you're going to get 500 extra spins when you wager $5 of Michael's money from the playground in your mind to the DraftKings Casino. Brian, are you with me on this? All you got to do. Yeah. All you got to do, ladies and gentlemen, at the DraftKings app is be a new player and wager $5, and you're going to get 500 free spins over 10 days. So you spend $5, they give you 500 extra spins. You can play Classic Cash Eruption today. You can play Red Hot Joker tomorrow. You can play Coins and Clovers over and over. It's all up to you and or the Shondells. Get the app and sign up with the code Cornette. That is my name, my last name, and spelled just like that. Cornette. The code is Cornette for the 500 spins over 10 days. And then start spinning on the home of Cash Eruption. Spin and twist and pump and do all kinds of motions until that cash erupts all over you from DraftKings Casino, because the crown is yours. Brian, say something for a minute while I take some oxygen.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, yes, let's remind you what a great deal this is. Remind you that you can download the app or go to casino.draftkings.com. Use the code Cornette at sign up. Do it today. Do better than Nick Jackson.
Are you ready now?
We are ready.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. 21 plus, physically present in Connecticut, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia only. Void in Ontario. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days, valid for featured game only, and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends January 4th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
That's right. The crown is yours. Download the app once again, or go to casino.draftkings.com. Use the code Cornette.
Yeah, the oxygen tank is mine.
I guess we just want to stress the code Cornette.
Yes,
but Jim,
that code has just been stressed all the way out.
Jim, you know what that means? It's time to get
What does that mean?
Back to St. Louis and back to AEW WrestleDream.
I need a breath. Hold on. All right, let me stretch my arms and roll my neck. Oh boy, the next one was tough to sit through. The Tornado 6-man tag between Shelton Benjamin, Bobby Lashley, and MVP against Ricochet and the Two Stooges. And remember, I said, explain to me this program. And they've done it ass backwards, where they had a 6-man tag first, then they went to a tag team match, then they've come back to a Tornado 6-man. These heels can't work. This is above them to have a 6-way. And again, besides the fact that the whole story's been convoluted and they've lost out on the opportunity to have the people really pay to see MVP get a hold of Ricochet, which could have been an excellent carrot at the end of a stick if they'd had a coherent plan going into this from the start, and you could have engendered some interest in that. But the way they've done it, everybody's just beat up everybody. But nevertheless, the heels can't handle it. I've said Khan has potential. He's athletic. He can do some moves. He's still green. Leone sucks. And he's just big, and that's the problem. He's too big to move around, and when you get him and Lashley against each other through the whole thing, they're just chopping meat. And it's just blah. Ricochet can do the gymnastics and the flying shit, but all of his actual wrestling is shite, and he doesn't have any natural instincts about how to put a match together. I can imagine that the Hurt Syndicate tried to put this together, but when you have, again, no tags and no DQ and no rules, where the heels are going to jump the baby faces in the aisle on the entranceway, and it's going to be a 6-way through the whole thing, you can't call everything for anybody, much less guys that don't know what the fuck they're doing. And a lot of it was spit on the floor. either all of them or at least a few of them. At one point, Lashley and Leone just fought for a few minutes while they were doing shit in the ring, and the fans were just staring because the attention is diverted. The fans don't particularly care about this issue either. They want to see the Hurt Syndicate throw people around. And then the tables start where now they've got the Hurt Syndicate doing the same shit that everybody else does, that all the fucking indie guys do. To get heat, they had the heels put Lashley on a table, and then they got Shelton on the steps and double choke slammed him off the steps onto Lashley through the table. And then all three of the heels would beat up MVP, but I was right. This is brutal to watch, was my notes, because it sounds more exciting than it was, because they're just plodding fucking through it. Then we had Lashley made a comeback, but then Lashley versus Ricochet went forever while the other four hid and watched somewhere. I wrote, it won't end. By that point, Leone was either drunk or blown up, and Shelton woke him up a little bit. The crowd, he Germaned Ricochet over the top rope onto the heels and dove onto all of them. But then they still kept going. And then finally, all three of them hit Khan with something and beat him 1, 2, 3. And I remember Bobby Lashley being in a couple of less than impressive outings in the WWF, but this is the worst Shelton Benjamin match I've ever seen. And it wasn't his fault, because he's not Merlin the Magician. It was not promising in layout in advance, and it was rotten in execution. So that was that. I'm sorry, but good Lord, it hurt my feelings. Well, we're done with that. So for the TNT title, ladies and gentlemen, it was Mark Briscoe against Kyle Librarian Felcher. When he comes out with the little glasses and things, it just like, he looks so studious. Here's the thing, and of course I watched this because I like Mark Briscoe, but also I'm sympathetic to Kyle because he has talent and he's got so much potential. And I'm afraid that this is going to be the biggest wasted opportunity for the wrestling industry that we're looking at right now. Braun Breaker's in the WWE, and he's going to be in the main event at WrestleMania. But if you're looking at the next level of guys that are capable of and have all the tools, Kyle is amongst them. He's got a great physique. He's athletic. He does all the moves well. He works hard. He gives it his all. He needs experience and hair and a defined personality. But the problem is, and we've said it, he's never going to learn here. He's never going to learn psychology, never going to learn putting a match together right. He's never going to learn how proper booking goes. The advanced level shit that you have to know to be a legitimate big star rather than just being athletic. And he's going to get none of this here because even if people are telling him one thing, they're putting him in this kind of environment where his booking on TV, his manager is not really a manager, and the booking is back and forth, and every match has to do every goddamn thing. And, nevertheless, but I feel bad for him because he could be a boon to the business. Maybe he's young enough when he gets out of there and he gets to the other place that, he won't be too old to learn new tricks. I wanted this to be a wrestling match because they can both do it. But at the same time, they're down on the floor doing the stunts with the chair. And okay, yes, some of that is Briscoe's gimmick, but they've already done that shit in the last one. Get in the ring. Let's use the ring once in a while. And then Mark, he goes for the cannonball flip off the apron of the ring, but Kyle ducks out of the way and Mark busts his ass hard on the floor. So the heel didn't cheat to stop the babyface. He outsmarted the babyface. Nobody's letting them think about these things. They're making them think. They're coming up with ideas for what they can do in the match, and there's nobody sitting there to remind them, hey, whoa, what about oh, shit, you're right. If you don't think about something, nobody brings it up because there's no control. And then Kyle turned the stairs sideways and powerbombed Mark on the stairs while the referee stood there and watched it. This wasn't supposed to be the no disqualification, anything goes match, Brian. It was all the other ones. And then Kyle just got in the ring and Mark beat the count and it turned into another regular match. The guy's just been powerbombed on the fucking stairs. So then Mark fought back because the powerbomb didn't stop him for too long. And they started trading fake forearms where it looked like neither one of them can work or both of them can work. One would think that somebody would be enterprising enough to realize I'm not going to do this direct that everyone else is doing. And then Mark made a comeback and it got complicated. They went back and forth. It was a cold single match. They kind of lost people with too much what the fuck is going on. They got on the top turnbuckle. They struggled forever. Mark carefully helped Kyle give him a superplex off the top rope. And they both sold forever. I'm thinking that they're about to go home. They roll to the floor. Mark Briscoe then gives Kyle a J driller on the apron of the ring. And then they fall to the floor and sell forever. And then Mark rolls Kyle in, goes for the elbow off the top. Kyle moves. He's just been J drillered on the apron of the ring. Now they're both fine because they're up. Mark gives an elbow off the top rope onto Kyle, who's standing on the floor, which was neat. That was a cool looking move. Not after all the goddamn hospitalization angles. And then he rolled Kyle in and gave him a froggy bow off the top and got a 2 count. I'm like, God damn, we're 20 minutes in. What the fuck? Now, then they started kicking out of roll-ups. They followed J drillers on the apron and power bombs on the stairs with the best of Tony Charles and Billy Robinson. And then Mark hit another J driller and got a 2 count, and Fletcher got to ropes. And then after all of that, we're closing in on 25 minutes. Briscoe puts Kyle up in the torture rack. Kyle grabs the referee's shirt, like to steady himself and pull the referee toward him. He drops behind Mark, does Kyle. When Mark swings and Kyle ducks, Mark holds up so he doesn't hit the referee. Brian, how far would you have estimated that the referee was when Mark Briscoe stopped his swing short? Was he 10 or 12 feet away from him? What do you think?
It was a good distance.
He was all the way back in the corner of the ring. So Mark holds up like, oh my God, I almost punched in your general direction. Kyle gives Mark a little shove in the back. Mark takes 1 step toward the referee, and the referee turns and cowers in the corner like he's seen a truck coming at him. And then when he does that, Kyle kicks Briscoe in the balls while the referee is obviously trying not to look. He looked up and he looked around. My God. And then Kyle hits Briscoe with a brainbuster. Cover. 1, 2, kick out. He kicked out of that. Then Kyle gave him a knee lift, got a 2 count. Then Kyle lawn darted him into the turnbuckle and gave him another knee lift and gave him a brain buster on the top turnbuckle. 1, 2, 3. What the fuck? Why did they even do the spot with the referee? The heel could have cheated and won, but instead, he beats him clean and flat. Briscoe has no out. He just got beat flat by this guy with numerous fucking moves. It didn't get any heat on Kyle, except he's a bad heel because he cheated and it still didn't work. The execution looked phony, but thank God that Briscoe in the end just was not as good as the heel because the heel just beat him. The fuck are they doing?
I don't know, and they did it for a while. The spot that, not that it was the greatest thing in the world before it, but the spot that really lost me was the superplex just because of them setting it up. It's like when you see guys going slow and the other one just not moving, just breathing, waiting, and they're helping each other, it takes me out of shit.
And grabbing on in the right place gently so that they have...
Yeah, and then they went another like 10 minutes after that and did a whole bunch of other shit.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. A lot of people will say, well, they got to be careful up there because they might fall off and hurt themselves. Exactly. You don't have to be up there. If you can't do it where it doesn't look cooperative, just don't do it wherever it transpires, top of the ropes or out on the floor, whatever. That used to be a goddamn legitimate requirement. If some green guy came into territory and did shit 2 or 3 nights in a row that looked phony, the referee or the opponent or somebody would tell the office and that wouldn't happen no more. And the guy probably wouldn't be there. Because that was the important thing. It's not what goofy thing can I think of that people will pop because it looks like I may have committed suicide. But what's not insulting to the professionalism of the goddamn industry?
You know, you'd always hear about like the Crockett shows in the late 80s. How there were so many talented wrestlers, it was almost like they were trying to one-up each other. You know, how's someone going to follow the Midnight Express? Well, how's someone going to follow Arn Anderson? How's someone going to follow Ric Flair? You know what I mean? But it wasn't like, all right, we need to be able to do as much as we can because they're going to do it. Let's do something completely crazy and fuck ourselves up.
Yes.
Just to make sure that we get over a little bit more than the other match.
And also, and there, again, stealing the show is by going out and in the time that you're allotted and the fucking parameters of the goddamn rules of the game, you have a match where the issue behind you and you're over with the people and the match brings them on the emotional roller coaster and pays off with a big pop at the end. And the guys used to be able to do that in any number of different ways. I mean, on like a big TBS special or potentially a sellout in Charlotte or Philadelphia or whatever, Ricky Morton would kick out of the rocket launcher at 2 9/10. And we would be 60 seconds from the goddamn hot tag and the fucking comeback and the finish. That was, we didn't need to just, nobody was doing unauthorized juice. You got blood when you were told to. Nobody was, more than an occasional rattling around of a timekeeper's chair was engaging in a bunch of furniture or going 15 minutes past their time or whatever. You had parameters, but you could still do it differently than the other people. Well, speaking of shit that has no parameters, would you like to talk about the women's title match with Toni Storm and Chris Statlander?
Yeah, I would like to hear your thoughts on this.
Well, my thoughts are that it was still going 20 fucking minutes after they started the thing. They started with the Toni Storm style Hollywood video. And I determined that was a good place to make up time. And I fast forwarded 20 minutes and they were still fucking going. And the part that I saw was that they German suplexed each other, but each one of them just popped right up and neither one sold it. And then Statlander clotheslined her and hit her with a kind of a tombstone maneuver that's not, where she picks her up at a tombstone position, but then goes forward and slams her on her back, an inverted upside down Styles Clash, whatever. Does that paint the picture in people's minds if they don't know what I'm talking about?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, so she hit her with that deal, and then she got, Statlander did, a head scissors, an old-fashioned head scissors on Toni Storm in the middle of the ring, and was cranking it, as you should, working the hold, and Toni Storm was struggling, and Statlander was keeping it, and Toni Storm was waving her arm and struggling. And I'm thinking, boy, after almost 20 minutes of match or whatever, they've made a curious decision to just slow down and become completely immobile here in the ring at this point. And after 1 minute and 20 seconds of being in the head scissors and completely immobile, Statlander let her go, picked her up, and gave her the same move she'd just given her before, the inverted Styles Clash. 1, 2, 3. What in the actual fuck is going on here? And then they hugged each other.
Of course.
And Toni Storm left.
She didn't even have to give her a wad of cash like Jack Perry tried to do with the Young Bucks.
Toni Storm was their star. And I'm using the term was now because that's apparently that relationship is coming to an end, at least with the fans, if not the office. But I can understand if they turn somebody strong heel and that person came in and upset Toni Storm, but Statlander, is she a heel? Is she a baby face? We don't really know. I don't think she knows. This whole thing started with a goddamn a 4-way fucking match. And then, regardless of what it is, you have a match on pay-per-view where a woman or a man gave the opponent a move, got a stationary hold on him for almost a minute and a half, picked him up and gave him the move again and pinned him 1, 2, 3. That's kind of as flat as you can fucking get. And then they hug each other because Toni Storm's like, well, yeah, okay, I guess I'm a piece of shit. Like she Vadered herself. Oh, here, I'll hug you. Who gives a shit? And she's gone. And then they play music, and Mercedes Moon comes out with the job guys wearing all of her outlaw title belts, and she stripper dances to the ring and gets the microphone and tells Statlander to get out of her ring, and she does.
That was the surprising part. Not that the heel said that, but the babyface has to do something. Babyface can't leave when the heel says that, and she just walked right out.
Oh, yes, she can, because she did. With kind of put her head down and like, why I oughta, and turned around and left. Like a whipped puppy. And so I don't understand how that, by that line of logic, Mercedes Moon ought to just wipe her feet on Toni Storm's face. Because she just completely verbally punked out the person that just beat Toni Storm. And then she cut a promo and saying she was Ultimo Moan now. Brian, how many people in the United States today do you think understand this whole Ultimo Guerrero 30 years ago had 10 belts thing?
I think the most important person does, Tony Khan.
Could it be more than a couple of 100,000 that maybe are still alive when they were watching wrestling at that point in time?
I think
Maybe.
I think it's to the point where anyone who remembers any of this from the 90s who was not a fan of Japanese wrestling, just picked up on it like from WCW, may not even remember which wrestler had all the belts.
Do they know Ultimo Guerrero from Juventud Guerrero?
Well, no, there's not really.
Or
Ultimo Dragon and Ultimo Guerrero are two different people.
Oh, I will see there, and there's another one.
And Ultimo Guerrero is not, I don't believe he's related to Juventud Guerrero.
Well, then who's Ultimo Dragon related to? Because he got to be related to somebody or they wouldn't have given him 10 belts.
That's Asai, isn't it?
Well, I'll see you later. Is Asai related to Ishii?
I opened myself.
See, these are questions we have. See, this whole thing, she's a mark in her mind. Nobody's ever heard of these obscure, small, independent girls' promotions that she's going around and apparently giving them a break on the price to what?
I don't think it's girls' promotions. I think it's promotions that have girls' matches, but, you know, just like AEW or WWE now.
Girls' belts, girls' titles. The point is they're small, independent, obscure, whatever, but she's probably even given them a break on her rate since Tony Khan's paying her. And she gets to win their belt because it's a big deal to her to hold all these belts that mean nothing. So now and she says, who's next to challenge me? And out comes Mina Mellons. They added a match, and it was a Mercedes Moan match. And now that's 3 girls' matches in the first 3 hours, 2.5 hours, this goddamn marathon pay-per-view. And I fast-forwarded another 20 minutes, and they were just then finished. You had, in the middle of what people paid for, between Mercedes and Mina and Storm and Stat, it was a goddamn Lifetime movie for 45 or 50 minutes on this thing.
I thought the Mina Monet match was pretty good.
Mina Monet?
No, not Mina Monet. The Mina I was just using without versus Monet.
Mercedes Mellons match is what you're saying.
No one would say that. We would say Mina Mellon. We wouldn't say that either. We'd say Mina Shirakawa versus Mercedes Monet.
Well, if it wasn't a melon, it was sure a lemon. All right. Would you like to get to the match that I watched with fascination? Just fascination.
Yeah. What's that?
The tag team title match. You know, because I'm a tag team expert. They just uploaded Midnight and Rock and Roll 2 hours on the WWE Vault channel on YouTube. Everybody can bask in our greatness. So I want to see Bandito and Burger King against Okada and Take a Shit. Because I have a perverse fascination in watching this guy. I can't
Okada?
Look away. Okada. He's a human soma. I'm fascinated at how I've never seen a human being in a wrestling ring that was flat-footed and blank-faced and that had less energy or emotion or moves as slowly and deliberately as possible, does the least that he can possibly do at any given moment. And every once in a while, he'll remind you he's still living and he'll uncork a drop kick or something. And then otherwise, it's that stoop-shouldered, confused expression with just sleepwalking through life. He's fascinating. He's making millions to do this. So
I will say I thought he hit his best drop kick in AEW in this match when Bandito came off the top rope.
Well, bless him. Right there was a $742,000 drop kick. If you prorate the fucking moves with his goddamn annual salary. So all 4 of them did moves to each other over and over. Aubrey Ed just stood there slack-jawed like she was staring at a fresh bag of oats and let them all do it. And then everybody comes to the period where they're all selling. The whole match came to a stop. And then there was some kind of slow motion, fake looking shit from Bandito and Take a Shit. And then they tagged Okada and Brody King back in because I was like, they're lost. They got to be lost because this is not going the way that they laid out. Obviously, the baby faces double teamed Okada over and over while the referee continued staring, and then more nothing happening. Then they made another babyface tag. And I wrote, this is a mess. And then they all did more shit to each other. And then more nothing. And we were 25 minutes into this thing. And I wrote, why is this horse-faced goof supposed to be a referee if she's just going to watch the heels double team the babyface and just make funny faces? So that was an observation. And then Okada hit Take accidentally with the clothesline, but then he gave him the finger. And then finally, Bandito got Okada with that flippy little goofy German suplex where the guy has to bend over and hold the ropes like he's either going to be searched by the police or prison penetrated. And 1, 2, 3. 27-minute match. Your thoughts?
I thought it was all right. The fans are really into Brodito. But it's interesting that no matter how much the fans are into someone on the show, could be Tony Storm, could be Brodito, could be anyone, they get deathly silent at times in matches, like moments after they were just chanting or screaming. Like completely awkward silent. Like you almost cringe watching this.
Well, that's they pop on, as I said, the things that look like they hurt. When their chosen favorite or anybody in some of the slower matches shows signs of life and like they're kicking into it, they start reacting almost like encouraging, yes, please go now. And they'll have a big exchange that'll get a reaction, and everybody will continue to lay there for so fucking long because they have to do so much more that people are like, oh, goddamn, thought that was it. Really wanted it to be it, but But we were ready for the World Heavyweight Championship to be on the line, Brian.
Yes, we were.
See, that's what he ought to do. If Paige insists on being a nerd and calling it the Men's World Championship, then they have to call it the Men's World Heavyweight Championship and the Women's World Heavyweight Championship. So you got to be fair. Oh, 3.5 hours into the pay-per-view, and with another, what was the pre-show? Was it an hour, hour and a half? We don't know. And they're ringing the bell for this match. And remember, I said, okay, if they're switching Joe babyface, if they're switching Joe heel, I'm into this because he definitely needs to be elevated. But I thought they would kind of switch him heel before they beat him. But hey, it's a choice. Nevertheless, Joe, without tipping the thing off at the end, he established himself as the more heelish, the rougher guy, a little bit more of a hothead, so that would leave the more sympathetic babyface position open for Paige. The problem that I see is Paige can't establish himself as a babyface because he does the same shit in the same way, with the same expression and the same execution, with the same level of urgency in every match he has. Brian, is there any difference in the way he ever acts or does the things that he does or do?
No. Whether it's the promos or the matches. It's always a guy who's kind of got a chip on his shoulder because there's a dump in his pants and he just wants to get in the back and get a new pair of pants.
I got a chip on my shoulder and a dump in my pants. Well,
that'll be on my new album, Great Brian Last Boombaye, coming soon.
There's that chip on his shoulder and dumping his pants guy. They did a spot that popped me, and then I realized they did it accidentally. Page went for that stupid moonsault he does in every match off the top turnbuckle to the floor without looking where his opponent is. But the first time he went for it, as he was about to go, he looked down and he saw Joe standing on the floor in front of him. And he's got like, what the fuck? And he got down. I thought that popped me. At least they finally did it. And then later on, seconds later, I realized, no, he was going to go for it then. And Joe wasn't in the right place. And he looked down and fucking saw him for a shoot. Because again, they tried again. And this time, Joe walked away from it. Joe was already in the walk away position. I guess he walked away too soon the first time. I don't know. But when Joe walked away, he was 10 feet from where Page landed in the first place before he started walking away. And then the camera missed Page rolling up to his feet. The announcers tried to save it. And he drop kicked Joe, but now they've been on the floor for 2 minutes just trying to do this nonsense that Page can't not do. And then they got heat on dipshit, but then he fired up and went for the moonsault again. And this time they've set it up where as Page is going up to the top for the moonsault, Joe's going to roll into the ring and Page is going to turn and moonsault into the ring and outsmart him. He did moonsault into the ring, but he didn't outsmart him. He overshot him. He completely went past Samoa Joe, who was stationary, immobile, not moving, and landed with a thud way over on the other side of him, and then covered Joe for a 2 count. And Nigel even tried to kind of halfway explain it, but he got stuck in the middle and buried himself for bringing it up. You gotta, Page is going to do all this shit. And you can't not, it looks phony, and he can't not do it. They fought on the turnbuckle. One would think Alexander Ibushi might have put some people off of that. So Joe could bend over and hold still for 11 seconds, I counted, for Page to sunset flip him, powerbomb him off the top. And then finally, Page foiled the muscle buster and hit a dead eye for a 2 count. And then Page hit 3 buckshots in a row. 1, 2, 3. And at least this was only 20 minutes. But now we've established that Page just beat Joe flat out. Boom. There was no goddamn out for Joe. Joe didn't accidentally hurt himself or bad luck didn't go his way or whatever. Page just beat him, right, Brian? With 3 of his finishes.
Yeah, beat him cleanly. Samoa Joe could do nothing but respect that.
Well, and the fans can do nothing but say, okay, we've seen it now. And that's when Hobbs and Shapoopy come in the ring and help Joe up. And they are chanting for Joe and they're cheering for Joe. Because all along, these people are predisposed to like Samoa Joe and he's believable. And he can talk. And he can have these matches that you can buy him in, which is why he gets over. And then Joe shakes Page's hand and hugs him and raises his hand and then clotheslines him out of his boots. And all the heels get on Page, and then Joe hits him over the head with the title belt. And then he gives him the muscle buster with the title belt. And the crowd is hot. And I wish he would have laid out Shapoopy too, because that guy's just an anchor around the neck. Hobbs looked great. Joe's the head guy. Shapoopy's standing there with his dick in his hand. But the doctors carted the carcass of Page out. So They beat him flat, and then they turned him. If there had been something where Joe was on the verge of winning, and he had bad luck, or Paige foiled something in such a way that Joe was hampered, and then he hits him with his finish once out of nowhere. But now they've just had their match. Joe did everything he could do, and then Paige hit him with his finish 3 times, 1, 2, 3. Yes, Joe should be mad that he lost and he turned heel, but he could be mad at losing and turn heel because he still feels it was unfair he lost. Something else happened. But so now they've settled the issue, and now they're going to rematch it, I guess, I would think. But the only way that works is if Joe wins a belt from him, which hopefully will happen. Your thoughts, Brian?
You asked me, I think, last week if I thought they were going to turn Samoa Joe heel, and I said no, I didn't think so, just because it didn't seem like the right thing to do. The fans actually respond to him, even though he's been better as a heel in the past. Well, they did it here after he was beat cleanly. After he was beat cleanly by the champion, they turned him here with his stable. It's been a while since Hobbs was a heel. Shibata, I don't think we've ever seen as a heel.
How would we know?
I don't know what else to add there, but we'll see what happens. Samoa Joe, another heel run. But you think for them to do this, he has to win the belt?
Well, no, he doesn't have to, and he probably won't. I'm just saying the only way that would make this make sense is if he did. But he's not going to, so it ain't going to make sense.
All right, we are back. As if we ever left. But Jim, there's one more match, the big main event, although that was the world title match. The match everyone was waiting for. The I Quit match, Darby Allin versus Jon Moxley.
Well, let me go ahead and point something out now that we haven't talked about because I wanted to save it for this. But did you notice one thing, Brian, that they had the tables and they had all the fighting on the floor and they had all the various business, the kicking out of finishers. What manner, what method of excess did you not see on this show that you normally see from an AEW big event?
What method of excess? So something we usually see, not like a gun, just something that's excessive.
Something that normally you see to excess on AEW that you hadn't so far on this show.
I don't know.
The blood. The blood. Because where were they? St. Louis, Missouri. Missouri has an athletic commission.
Oh, that's right.
And I was waiting to see what they were going to pull because, I mean, this whole match was what you would expect. You know, Moxley is a homeless tweaker whose fucking idol is the bank-addicted drug robber Nick Gage, and Darby Allin is the frustrated host of his own jackass show in his mind, and they're going to do some stupid shit, but they went even farther into the stupid shit because you can't tell me that both these guys, one or both of them, wouldn't be drenched in blood in an I Quit match with all the other shit they've done, except they had a responsible governing body saying no. And if Missouri is like Kentucky, it was a state statute that not only was self-inflicted bleeding, and that's the way they phrased it, was illegal. You couldn't do it. But that if this was Kentucky, I don't know about Missouri, if you had accidental blood, you were supposed to end the match, go home as quickly as possible, or elsewise it would be stopped by the commission. Now, I'm not up on the current Missouri laws since I don't give a shit, but one would think that this played a part in this. But at the same time, and I know somebody's going, oh, well, Darby was bleeding from the mouth. That was a gimmick. That was some gimmick, because if anybody got started bleeding like he did from the mouth, and they didn't pack it with fucking ice. It wouldn't have stopped on its own. But that's the way they got around that shit. They had a little blood, but there's a self-inflicted and or however they phrase it, if their blade is involved, whatever. But this was just, I know some people call it torture porn, but it wasn't really believable enough for that, would it? If somebody was going to get off on all this screwy mutilation shit, it looked too phony for that.
It was like a snuff exhibition.
Yes, it wasn't full contact, ladies and gentlemen. It was a sparring session of snuffing. And Darby's going to try to kill himself, but, they're not really going to try to kill each other. But you can't really understand what goes through these people's minds. They do 18 hospitalization angles in a match. They try to appeal to the lowest common denominator. They try to make everything about wrestling accentuate the bad taste element. And also at the same time, when you see one of these things, you understand why the Sheik's matches only went 7 minutes. Not only was it chaos, but you didn't have really time to think about it. Holy shit. And it was over. So they're 4 hours into the show and plus the pre-show. By the time they ring the bell on this thing, Darby takes out the AEW flag out of his backpack and lays it out in the middle of the ring over the top of the AEW logo, which was bigger. And then Darby, they get in a flurry. Darby hits a dive and they fight on the floor for a second. They get in the ring and Moxley stopped him. So the babyface got a drop kick and a dive and got shut down in the main event. I know it's his gimmick to sell and be the underdog, but Moxley takes a chain around his fist, punches him over and over. And that's where they did the blood from the mouth. And then Moxley gets a handful of shrimp skewers or whatever they're used for in the barbecue world, and used one to stick it under Darby's fingernail.
Shish kebab.
Shish kebab. There you go. But kebab in England is a different thing. Did I tell you that?
No.
We were in England and they said, hey, you want some kebabs? Fuck yeah. To me, that is large chunks of meat on a skewer grilled, right? They gave me something that looked like Dalmatian shit in a dirty diaper. I don't know what the fuck was going on there.
It's called merry old England. That's what it is.
Well, I don't know about merry, but it'll make you old. So Darby got the flag and wrapped it around Moxley's neck and hung him. But then he missed a coffin drop off the top rope onto the apron and bounced sickeningly onto the floor. And then Moxley took Darby's belt off and whipped the shit out of him with his own belt. And again, at the same time I'm saying all this stuff is happening, the pace is glacial. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I can't speak for you. I don't know what your experience was. I watched it live. And not that I was looking forward to this match, but it was the main event. We're going to talk about it. I have to watch it. I want to watch it live. I don't want to have to return to it. I did Amazon Prime Video once again. This is where it cut off. Like all of a sudden around here.
I heard about that. Yeah.
Just a still frame that was like pink, purple. I don't know what it was. And then it told me that it was because I was playing Amazon Prime on too many TVs. There was one TV I was playing it on. That was the error code I got. But apparently other people got it. I had to return to the match the next day. I got a $15 credit from Amazon.
Well, and that's, again, something that was only that service, right? Or did they have a couple of problems on a couple of different services, but they said it wasn't AEW's issue, but there were some type of issues. I don't know.
There were 2 issues on Amazon Prime. One during Mercedes Moné versus Mina Shirakawa. That may have been like a minute. But here during the main event, that was it for the rest of the night. I had to go to Twitter to see fucking highlights because people just kept posting them of everything that happened. And then I watched the match complete the next day.
Well, I envy you. See, I wouldn't have cared enough to come back, but as I watched the replay to begin with, they had it all in one piece by the time I got there. But that's the thing, is that Moxley's whipping him to death with the fucking belt and he gives him a pile driver, but Moxley's also doing the stuff where he just wanders around and shows that he's mentally conflicted and impaired in some fashion. And then Darby stood up and grabbed the rope, the ring rope, and bent over again, like in the frisk me or prison penetrate me position, and asked Moxley to whip him some more. Come on, motherfucker. So Moxley did about 10 more times. Is the babyface supposed to be a complete imbecile? Why are you supposed to root for a guy that is that some kind of Japanese fighting spirit indie thing they've got from the indie wrestling over there? Because when I was young, the babyface was not supposed to be a fucking moron that you didn't give a shit about because he's brought it on himself or he's stupid enough that he's letting it happen. And then Moxley walked over and talked to Marina Shafir, and Darby jumped up and made a comeback, and then Moxley cut him off again. But then Darby got lighter fluid out of his bag and squirted it all over Moxley, but Moxley was rolling around in it like he couldn't get away, like Vince swimming in the fucking beer truck beer that time. And then here comes Wheeler Useless and Danny Garcia. They run out, but Darby sprays them in the face with mace. But Moxley stops him again. And Moxley gets in Darby's bag and gets the taser. They fight over the taser, but Shafir comes in and nutshots Darby, and then Moxley tasers him and curb stomps him and gets a chair from Claudio and sets it up and gives him a double arm DDT on the chair. And of course, this is an I Quit match, so they can't cover because there's no pins. But did you notice also, Brian, what else there wasn't?
What?
A referee with a microphone.
Oh, for an I Quit match, of course.
It's an I Quit match. The whole idea is I'm going to make you say I quit. No, I'm going to say you make I quit. I'm going to, you know what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying I quit. but the referee doesn't have them. They're not using the microphone. They're not trying to put a guy in a position where he says, I quit to the people, which is the resolution of the thing. From all the famous I Quit matches down through history, including Magnum and Tully, which everybody remembers, but that wasn't the first one by a long stretch. You want to hear the fucking guy say, I quit. So they're just doing this shit to each other. And then Shafir and Pac set up a table on the floor. Moxley got his choke on Darby. And of course, Darby then responds by flipping the double bird. So Moxley let him go. And Claudio came in and picked him up, pressed him over his head, and threw him from the ring to the announce desk, where he bounced off the top and landed on the floor 10, 12, 15 feet. And then Pac goes and grabs him and drags him bodily by an arm or a leg or whatever around the ring and gave him to Moxley, who gave him the double arm DDT off the apron through 2 tables. And the fans were so worried about Darby, concerned about their hero, in terror that the babyface might be permanently injured, that they started chanting, "This is murder. This is murder." It's a joke to them. It's a joke.
By the way, though, watching at home, it did look like a murder. I was concerned for Darby. It did look like this guy.
Yes, but they don't care. They don't care. Yes, he's fucked up. Mentally and now physically. They don't care. So then there was long arguing with the referee. Moxley's yelling at Darby to quit. Nothing happened forever. And then a couple of the Stooges put a fish tank in the middle of the ring and then dumped 2 coolers of water in it. Did you hear what Sockface said when they were doing this? Oh my God, they can't do this. Do what? Have goldfish? How would he know what they were going to fucking do? He sees a fish tank in the ring and oh my God, he's going to try to drown him. It's a 10-gallon tank. It only fit his fucking head.
You could punch the side of that thing just to break it.
Well, but more on that to come. But Moxley takes Darby and dunks him in the tank. And he's like, give up. And he's dunking him in the tank. And so again, Darby Allin sat around homeless in his car because he's an irresponsible juvenile delinquent that couldn't grow up and become an adult. And he thought of all the goofy shit that he would ever do if he got on Jackass. And meanwhile, Moxley was somewhere in an alleyway sharing a carafe of meth with Nick Gage, trying to figure out all the things they do. And he dunks Darby over and over until the lights go out. And when the lights come back on, it's Sting's grandfather, Ulysses S. Borden. He gives so few fucks about wrestling now, he didn't even dye his hair. He looks like Santa Claus and Colonel Sanders had a baby. And Sting is what? Is he a year or 2 years older than me?
Probably.
So he's gone gray, but God damn, it's Sting, but doesn't he look ridiculous when he literally has the Sting face paint and the Sting clothing on, and he looks like Harlan Sanders?
I didn't think it was that ridiculous. Obviously, it's a retired real estate broker who just was just having a good time on the weekend. I didn't have a problem with that. And it seemed like the fans were into it. It's noticeable that he had a lot of facial hair. I think that stood out more than the hair color.
But if you're going to come back and be Sting, that's why I don't make public appearances. I don't want to be Jim Cornette. I don't want to wear a fucking tie. But if you're going to come back, be the guy.
If you came back, do you think you would have to dye your hair, or could you be you?
I wouldn't, because I wasn't Sting. And I'm not completely gray. Goddamn, the fucking physical figure that I cut, they'd be surprised I wasn't in an iron lung, but it's fucking Sting. He's not supposed to look like Father Time.
You thought he looked that bad? I mean, he was covered up. He was wearing a lot of clothes, so you couldn't see what his body looked like. It kind of added.
You can see his fucking head and his chin. He looked like a billy goat.
He looked like the Shroud of Turin.
Oh, damn it. Nevertheless, he had the bat, and he choked Moxley with the bat, and he hit the Stooges with the bat, and he broke the fish tank, and all the water floods out all over the ring. And then he handed the bat to Darby and left, and he grabbed Marina Shafir and put her over his shoulder and carried her off with him. So now Darby has a bat. What does Moxley do as Darby points the bat at Moxley? Moxley laughs at him and starts advancing on him. And Darby's got the end of the bat against Moxley's chest, and Moxley's still gaining ground. Moxley took it and put it against his forehead. Aren't you supposed to be scared of the guy with the bat?
Yeah, by the way, if you're the guy with the bat and the other guy just tried to drown you, hit him with the bat.
Hit him with the bat. But he put it on his own head like, go ahead, hit me. What are you going to do? So Darby gut shotted him and then hit him in the back and then hit him in the leg twice and then put the bat down to get the flag and choke him with the flag. If you have hit a son of a bitch with a baseball bat 4 times and he's still on his feet, are you going to put the bat down and choke him with a flag? Or are you going to keep using the fucking bat?
Let me sit in this puddle and grab this flag.
Jesus Christ. That was kind of always my rule of thumb. Once I'd hit a son of a bitch with the racket, a guy out of the crowd, I didn't stop hitting him till the cops got there. Because if you stop, they will hit you back. numbnuts. Anyway, so then Darby hit him with the Scorpion Death Drop and a Coffin Drop after he'd hit him with a bat 5 times, and then got the Scorpion Deathlock. And as soon as he turned it over, the referee checked, okay, and he called it without ever, you never heard Moxley say, I quit in an I quit match. It didn't happen. He shook his head no. And then I think he said yes, maybe.
No, that was super quick. It was super anticlimactic, I think.
And
considering everything that happened in this match and everything Darby had gone through, that was as big a fart as you could have for a finish.
And wasn't there a controversy one time many years ago over a bit high-profile I Quit match where the heel got out of it by saying yes, yes, rather than actually saying I quit, and people were pissed off about it?
I think that's actually legitimately Tully Blanchard's argument, that he never said I quit. He just said, yes!
It was Tully, yes! That was Tully and Magnum, the argument. Jesus Christ. So they can't even steal from the good stuff. But
Terry Funk did it the cleanest. Terry Funk did it the cleanest I've ever seen. Like, yes, Ric Flair, I quit.
Because he was a professional, and that's what it was supposed to be. But here's my thing, and I'll say this, and you make any comments you want to make. I hear all the time, well, you got to do more now because the people are smarter. Other people, but you got to get more to do more to get a reaction. So when people took wrestling seriously when these I Quit matches or Texas Death matches or any of these matches, when they were invented, when they were done for years and years, when people took it seriously because it was presented seriously, this kind of match wouldn't have gotten over because it was so phony and obviously bullshit. The fans wouldn't have believed it and they would have turned on it. But now that people know that they're working, that everybody's smart and it's a show, and Darby is actually doing this stuff on purpose and or agreeing to it, doesn't this just let people know that the babyface is an imbecile? And also, why should I be doing anything other than laughing at how stupid it is? Because even if people are really getting hurt, they're agreeing to it. So, should a guy work shit to make people believe it's real and he's a hero? Or should he really cripple himself to get people to laugh at him and talk about what a goof he is because it's all phony? Which one should go on?
Again, that's part of the issue with AEW and always has been. The booking, the logic or lack of logic, but they call it logic, that they put behind the feuds, the build-ups, the payoffs, the things people kick out of, the things that happen, the lack of arrests, all of it.
You know, the only people getting arrested are the fans. Did you see that video clip from the other day?
There's another, actually someone emailed it to me. There's another fan. There's another AEW fan. I don't know what the whole video was because I only checked out a little bit of the link, but
it was a Catch a Predator kind of setup where they went to this guy's house with a camera. He was supposed to be meeting some underage minor girl or whatever, and he's watching AEW. On the body camera footage of the talk that he's having with the guy, you're hearing Shivani calling the fucking action.
Yeah, at one point the guy's like trying to, get him on tape admitting these things. The guy's like, no, I don't talk to no 14-year-old girl. And as he's like rambling in his weird twang, you just hear in the background like, you're like, oh shit, I know what show he's watching. Speaking of the commentary, awful all night. I think Nigel does a good job, and Nigel needs to be with the right person. Excalibur is not good at getting the big moments and not playing too much with the other idiots when they play. He's just not a lead commentator. He's not a good commentator. Unfortunately, that's not going to change, but that holds AEW back. Shivani, if he was a horse, you would take him out back and shoot him.
Oh, poor Tony.
He is so bad. He doesn't add anything. He doesn't say, literally, as something's happening, he'll be like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Or, wow, this is what AEW is all about. As something's happening, he doesn't give it a chance to breathe. He doesn't give it a chance to happen. He's already trying to put over the company. He adds nothing on commentary. They really should just redo everything with commentary. But yeah, the match, it's what you expect from Moxley, let alone Darby. And I don't think it's very good, and at times the fans just sat there. Moxley was doing like the Roman Reigns thing of acting out and talking out his issues, and you realize it doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to save you, or I'm trying to make whatever he's trying to do. I don't even understand. It's been over a year. What is he trying to do? So yeah, the match, hopefully it's over with these two guys. But it probably isn't. We said hopefully it's over with Moxley and the Death Riders after he lost the belt. And it got worse. And somehow...
There's more of them now.
Yeah, it somehow got worse. And, you know, Tony Khan loves him some Jon Moxley. And I'm sure we'll talk more about that later in the drive-thru.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure that they would have been bathing in blood too had there not been a commission. But when you think about it, if they went to the commission and said, what about if we put a fish tank in the ring and dunk the guy's head in it? There's no specific statute barring that. It's never actually come up before.
But again, the question, you know, it's an unanswered thing at this point. Why? Like, why did, in character, in gimmick, in kayfabe, trying to make sense of this, why, if Moxley, I don't know if he wants Darby on his side, whatever the hell it is, why is he doing these things where he's clearly not going to kill him? They keep doing these things to people where, like, we want you to think we're going to kill you, but you will not die. I don't understand what any of this is. And I don't
besides
think the fans
that, in the scenario that they've set up and the logic universe that they've created, why don't Claudio and Wheeler and Pac and Marina just come out with bats and just all beat him into fucking jelly when the thing starts? There's no reason to go through all of that.
Hey, in the logic of AEW, why don't they just ban everyone from ringside?
Well, they can only do that if the Continental title's on the line.
Yeah. Just say this match, everyone's banned from ringside, and it'll be enforced somehow.
It's like the same way if you just said, hey, Jack the Ripper, you can't commit murders in Whitechapel anymore. You're not allowed. That would have taken care of the whole thing.
One last thing about this match, even though there's plenty to say. Did Moxley, as the person who's losing this match, hopefully at the end of this feud, but at least at this big moment in this feud, did Moxley have to have that moment where the fans have a second or two where they think he's going to quit, or it's getting there, and then he actually, like you said, says it on the mic, or even if they weren't going to do that, just something to indicate anything. It was like the fucking Survivor Series. You had to take the referee's word for it. You didn't see anything. You didn't hear anything.
You know, that's what they're going to do. Moxley got screwed. No, there should have been some struggle, yes, because...
Like, for all the talk that he's so good for AEW's business, if he really was, and it was about getting Darby over, it should have been a spectacle, him giving up.
Yes. Well, and also the thing is, again, with all the other things he's been hit with and all the other things that they've done in previous matches, thumbtacks or whatever the fuck, and baseball bats, it's a scorpion deathlock, and it's on for 5 seconds. After he's already been hit with all this other shit, if nothing else, he should have been unconscious. But no, he puts the hold on him. It's okay. It's over. See, we need to see the face screaming in pain. We need to see the realization on him that, my God, there's no way out. And oh, right, I quit. That was the not okay. He's done. He did it because he just did it to put the fucking guy over, but they didn't put any thought in it. Maybe he did put thought in it and realized it was better for him to just do it that way.
Well, we'll see. It'll be interesting on Wednesday if either of these guys are selling anything from this match. I'm sure Darby will, just because I'm sure it can't be avoided.
he'll probably be selling patches of his goddamn, wet jacket for 3-inch squares. I was waterboarded in this, only $100.
The sad thing is, Jim, from what I understand, Darby's straight edge, like CM Punk. He doesn't drink or do drugs. I don't know how they get around the caffeine thing, but they do what they do. Moxley, maybe not so much straight edge. But it doesn't matter who you are or where you are. We could all use some help sometimes. Some help that we choose for a good night's sleep to help with some of the aches and pains, the sores, not sores, just sore muscles, sore muscles.
Sores all over our bodies.
No, I'm
just erupting everywhere, pus leaking from the wounds.
I'm talking about just your body. You want to feel good. And you know what? We have a friend who could deliver some good.
Boy, do we. I'll tell you what.
In the form of CBD.
This guy, I'll tell you what, he pops up every now and then, and he's got the good stuff.
Jim?
Yes?
We're talking about our friends at Cornbread Hemp.
Well, we certainly are. I thought you were talking about our friends down in Colombia making the black tar heroin the way you built up on this thing. Folks, it's not narcotics or drugs. CBD is an all-natural product made from a hemp plant that is a natural flower. And it does help relieve discomfort and stress and sleeplessness that you may undergo or get in your daily life as a result of having to deal with people like the folks at AEW or elsewhere on the street. This stuff from Cornbread Hemp by Cracky is third-party lab tested, USDA organic. The safety and purity are ensured. This is virgin hemp plant that is never laid with another plant in a carnal fashion as mentioned in the Bible. So it's the most purest and potent and pissed off CBD that you and occasionally frustrated. And that helps you.
No, it doesn't help you. That's not how it works, and it's not how it helps you, you being the wonderful audience out there who are trying to introduce to a great product and a great deal. What this will do...
Well, the aggressive CBD gummies are the ones that kick in better and help relieve that discomfort and stress and sleeplessness that you experience.
Oh.
You got to really make these hemp plants pissed off to really fire up the potent CBD.
Well, no, usually it's water and, light and some love, maybe some songs. But, Jim, the listeners, once again, we're trying to tell the listeners all about a great deal from Louisville, Kentucky, your hometown.
Yes, and you got to stock up on it because Mitch McConnell is one of the last things he's trying to do is trying to get all products derivative from the hemp plant illegalized after he's the one that signed them into legality just about 7 or 8 years ago. Now he's turned the limber tail. He's weaseling out.
Sounds like big tobacco got to him.
Well, exactly. And you know what? Though the tobacco folks are a scourge to be reckoned with in the state of Kentucky, but the hemp people are trying to run them out and promote good health. So anyway, stock up on your cornbread hemp products, because if Mitch McConnell has his way, then none of you out there are going to be able to have your gummies and your flour and your sunshine lollipops and rainbows and waterfalls. So right now, our listeners can save 30% on their first order at cornbreadhemp.com by going to cornbreadhemp.com/JCE. Use the code JCE at checkout. 30% off your first order. And if you care about maintaining your physical and mental wellness, as well as your comforting sleep and your peace of mind, and making all those aches and discomforts just fly away on the wings of a snow white dove, CBD gummies from Cornbread Hemp, 30% off, code JCE.
All right, we are in the wacky future, Jim.
Well, that was a ride on the Wacky-tron there. Boy.
That's right. We are here. I'm dropping stuff all over the place. We are here. And you are there, ladies and gentlemen, and we have more.
You know what? That sound effect needs to go into a lot of the AEW programming. Can you imagine how much that sound effect would enhance a lot of what they do?
He's trying to drown Darby. You know, they laugh like there's a horn. I always say it. Anything bad that happens, their first reaction isn't, oh my God, it's, oh, look.
Yes. Oh my God, he's wrapped his dick around a frozen telephone pole.
Well, Jim, before we get out of here, we still have a bit more show. We have some questions and topics. Something that's come out of the AEW pay-per-view. We received a bunch of emails about it. I have several pulled up here, and each one focuses on a different thing. Sarah Stock, who wrestled, I believe, in Mexico mostly. Was she the...
Yeah, she was some type of dark angel.
Dark angel. Yeah, I think
there
that's
you
what
go.
It was. Well, she was apparently an agent in AEW for a while. She was a coach, whatever you want to call it.
Yes, and I believe she did something in the WWE program in the way of training before that, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm thinking about somebody else.
Well, AEW, the night of the pay-per-view, tweeted out a clip, and thank God they did because a lot of us on Amazon Prime couldn't see the main event, of Jon Moxley attempting to drown Darby Allin while Marina Shafir just watches in the background.
The fish tank spot.
The aquarium. Did someone call it an aquarium? I think maybe.
I called it. Anyway, it is an aquarium. It's an aquarium is a fish tank. It's just, I don't know. Maybe a fish tank is lower class than aquarium. So maybe this was just a fish tank.
Well, Sarah Stock saw this tweet from AEW with the clip that said, "Somebody stop this. Watch AEW WrestleDream on HBO Max. They were using this to promote the pay-per-view." She wrote, "You know who should stop this? Mothers with their remote control. This is worse than the plastic bag over the head. Kids are going to end up dead trying this stuff at home." And then she tagged AEW in it. So before we go any further and talk about the reaction, what are your thoughts on a wrestler, a former coach, saying this about the main event at AEW WrestleDream?
I appreciate her point, and I appreciate her good intentions. I'm more offended in a way of a professional at just the childishness and the fakery and the phoniness and the foolishness from a standpoint of it's just insulting to the industry and to people who have been in it for fucking hundreds of years now, or 125 years, whatever. She's more of a, I don't want anything bad to happen to kids, but to be honest with you, I don't know why a kid would want to try that at home to begin with more than the diving off of the roof shit. Because, I mean, you can identify with nobody. When I was a kid, I wanted to do the Batman fights, and we did in school and with friends and whatever. Oh, we're having a Batman fight. But we weren't really punching each other. And I can understand a kid wanting to do one of these fancy Dan moonsaults off the back porch or whatever that looks cool to the childish mind more than I would understand a kid wanting to dunk another kid in the fucking family fish tank. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I appreciate the sentiment. I think this is low on the priority list of things that they do that kids shouldn't do. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And again, not to justify this, you and I both hated this spot. We hated this match. We hated everything these guys do and come up with and conceptualize and execute. But this
that pretty much covers it.
This was the main event of a pay-per-view late at night. This wasn't Saturday morning wrestling. And again, I'm against she brought up the plastic bag spot. I'm against that. I thought Terry Funk doing it was a mistake. I think Jon Moxley doing it was an egregious, not even a mistake, was an egregious decision, a horrible decision, I guess would be a better way to put it, considering the history of it and what it really could do and what it signifies. You're trying to murder Bryan Danielson, really?
I loved it when Funk and Flair did it, but by the time that Moxley and Darby and whatever did it, besides the fact that Darby does have a number of childlike or childlike fans, after with the bleach and the excess of everything, it's just stupid now.
Well, apparently,
but go ahead.
Well, apparently Sarah Stock angered a whole bunch of AEW fans who have been attacking her nonstop on social media since, but also,
of course,
someone associated with AEW.
The ones that aren't getting arrested for some type of criminal offense, those fans.
I have a quote here, a tweet. There's a bunch of tweets. I'm trying to see what came first. This is from Amanda Huber. She's the widow of Brody Lee, and I believe she has worked with AEW since his passing, so she's a part of the team there.
Yes.
She quote tweeted Sarah Stock, "This was midnight on a pay-per-view. Meanwhile, when you were working, you choked another woman out with a belt. Where was the outrage over kids trying that? And you want to quote tweet a video of me talking about kids' grief to defend you being a hypocrite?" I don't know what that means. I'll see what I can find out. Fuck all the way off.
Oh, good Lord. Okay, so it only took one comeback for us to leave the civil exchange of discourse of ideas and go into fuck all the way off.
Yeah, I don't know what the order. Here's another tweet. Want to know what my kids, because I have kids, were doing? Oh, gee, that's a bit of a shot. Want to know what my kids, because I have kids.
Actually, it depends on the way you look at it. It could be a fucking complaint or a compliment to the other person.
You want to know what my kids were doing at midnight last night? Sleeping. Want to know why? Because they're kids. My wrestling-loving kids. Want to know what they weren't watching? A match between two performers who are known for taking things to an extreme. Want to know why? Because it's my responsibility as a parent to know what they're consuming. It's cool, though. I'll let them watch some old TNA stuff, and they can learn to choke each other out with a belt, because that's cool.
Oh, boy, she can't get over that one.
Well, listen to the ending here.
What?
They can learn to choke each other out with a belt, since that's cool because, checks notes, tits look great. I gotta, I've never seen this titty choking out spot in TNA. I may have to go back and find the footage of it.
I think David Carradine was involved in setting that angle up, but what? Again, so this miscellaneous, wife of a former wrestler is just so offended by this statement that didn't mention her in any way, but I guess she's getting paid or still getting paid by the company or whatever, but she jumped in with all of her feet over, again, a professional, not someone who was married to a professional, but a professional in the industry, saying this is fucking goofy in some respect, whether it's goofy for the kids or it's goofy for everybody. It sounded like there must be residual heat or underlying heat or heat from when they were there together in the company at one point. Or elsewise, I don't see somebody just throwing down their goddamn hat and so this ain't going to go unanswered.
Yeah, again, there's so many tweets, and one of the problems with seemingly the women who get involved in wrestling feuds on Twitter right now, they respond to everyone. So it's hard to figure out when they're actually responding to each other. Here's Sarah Stark responding to...
Stock.
What did I say?
Stark.
Sarah Stock.
Or was it your New Jersey accent? Sarah Stock.
I'm sweating. She's responding to someone named Wrestling Mark on Twitter.
Of course she is.
Wrestling Mark was saying, "That's fine. I don't know you to know if you'd care or not that you're coming across terribly. But throwing out insults about people's appearances, calling them hysterical, just mean girl shit. Grow up."
Well, now, who was hysterical? See, this is why nobody knows what's going on Twitter. You can't fucking figure out who's talking to who.
And Sarah Stock responded, "She proved herself a clown." Talking about Amanda Huber. "She left me a message riddled with profanity, before telling me to fuck all the way off publicly for posting a video that made her look good. I don't know what again, we don't know what that video is.
Well, was she wearing all of her clothing? What the fuck is going on here?
Anyone dumb enough to talk shit about the boss and a legend's kid to the new girl doesn't know about the business. A legend's
okay,
kid and the boss.
Apparently I was right. There's some residual heat.
This is kind of a interesting mystery we're trying to figure out here live on the air. What exactly are they fighting
See
about?
that, I think that's why people like the way that I argue with people. When I argue or dress someone down, I give an itemized, granularly detailed listing of all the shit they've done wrong, all in one place where you can get a good goddamn grip on it.
Well, apparently, here's, again, we're only a little out of order. Sarah Stock's response to Amanda Huber's tweet before, where she said they're kids and that's why they weren't watching. Also, the choke spot worked because of nice tits.
Hey, I'll tell you, here's another thing. She just admitted, by the way, that her children wouldn't be allowed to watch this fucking pap and tomfoolery that's being presented on AEW. And when I was 9 years old, 10 years old, whatever, I was staying up till 2 o'clock on Saturday night, Sunday morning, so I could see Dick the Bruiser and Bobby Heenan. And they didn't do anything that a child shouldn't see.
Is that a bit of a cell phone saying, I knew what this was going to be. I would never let my kids watch it. Is that akin to the wrestler that did the promo that one time? He's like, I'll tell you why AEW sucks. You're why AEW sucks.
Yeah. That's the thing she just said. I will not let my children watch the product that the company that I work for puts out. Okay, but go ahead with the other tweeting.
Well, this is the response to the choking and the tits. Thank you. I agree. They are phenomenal. Natural, too. Sorry about the southbound journey yours have taken.
Oh my God. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
Thank you also for repeating exactly what I said in different words.
Is the sound filter filtering out my...
A little bit. I could still hear Milton Berle's mom, though.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I'm trying to see, again, the thing about the legend's daughter. Here's another headline. Sarah Stock accuses Amanda Huber of blackballing local wrestling. What is this feud is really taken off? Let's see. Is there
how have we not been apprised of this going on before now?
I texted. Here's Amanda Huber tweeting out a response to someone named, who is this? Someone named Miss Kate Fabe. Fun little play on words there. I texted her before I tweeted. Her reply to me was that I need to be tougher. And then she actually posted the, I guess, text messaging in the middle of their online social media feud. They're texting each other also. That's healthy. And they're going at it there. And then Sarah Stock responded, you do. Woman up. Learn to communicate without profanity. You're acting like a hothead because you are one. For example, blackballing locals because they don't, quote unquote, respect you are prettier than you, in parentheses. You're nobody trying to derail a young woman's career. Again, it's...
Well, wait a minute. How the fuck would... So she got a favor job of some description after her husband passed away. That's admirable of Tony Khan, but what, did he make her part of the booking team? How does she have the power... or the say-so, or any opinion to give about what wrestlers they book? What the fuck is happening over there?
All right, a little more clarity here. After Amanda Huber's tweet, Sarah Stock responded, you're exposing your ignorance. To which Amanda Huber, who apparently always has a GIF ready to go, responded, what ignorance exactly? Please educate me on your expertise when it comes to children or parenting. And then Sarah Stock responded, ignorance to how the industry works. No need to get hysterical. Not surprised, though. The first day I met you, you spent the entire ride in a tizzy tearing down Sting's daughter and TK for allowing her to, and this is a quote, take your spot in AEW Outreach. So let's stop there. That appears to be the legend's daughter, Sting's daughter, who According to this, Amanda Huber had accused of taking her spot with AEW Outreach. And whatever that entails.
And I've heard that name before, but what the fuck was AEW Outreach?
I don't know.
That was years ago. It was about the time Brandy started the Heels because they wanted to try to get some girls involved. That we haven't heard a lot about that in the past several years. You know, Heels was a play on words because the girls wear the high heels. It was all girl online discussion group.
I thought it should have been Pumps. AEW Pumps. But here's Amanda Huber responding also. I'm ignorant to how the industry I've been in and around since 2002 works.
Oh, good Lord.
Calling me hysterical is a choice.
She's been in it?
I believe she was an indie wrestler. I think that's how she met her husband. I could be wrong.
Oh, good Lord. Oh, boy. There we go. Now we got a frustrated fucking superstar on the sidelines talking to a retired fucking superstar in Mexico or whatever.
Calling me hysterical is a choice when I'm pointing out your hypocrisy. Keep telling lies online. Maybe one of the dirt sheets will cut you a check. All right.
Boy, you can really tell an industry veteran's lingo, and maybe the dirt sheets will cut. Oh, my Christ on a Christ.
You know, again, there's a lot of stuff here, and apparently even up until, I mean, they're still going at it right now, I think. Are they going at it right now? Hold on. Let me go to Sarah.
Has security got there yet to pull them apart?
Yeah, they're still going at it right now on Twitter, apparently. And Sarah Stock apparently is just going at it with random fans about this because they're all just like what we saw happen to Gail Kim. They come out of the woodwork to attack someone criticizing, quite frankly, something worth being criticized. That Moxley Darby Allin spot.
Yeah, but then when they respond to every Tom's dick is hairy out there on Twitter, then all these cretins realize that, I'm getting to them, and then they do it more. And then they're just wasting their day responding to individual. I usually just take a sample comment and quote tweet it and tell everybody related to the subject off and then go about my day.
Well, again, this is, I don't know if we're going to get any conclusion to this here, but any final thoughts on the Sarah Stock, a former AEW coach, having an online feud very publicly over an AEW spot with an AEW wife/office worker?
Office employee of some description. Maybe she's in the mailroom now, down there with Howie, the mailroom guy. I'm on Sarah Stock's side in as much as it was something that needed to be criticized, whether it was dangerous to children or offensive to adults and professionals or just stupid, whatever it needed to be criticized. And obviously this other, and I've never met either of these ladies, so I don't have any personal predilection, but it seems like Mrs. Huber just jumped into it with both feet out of nowhere because she don't like this girl from when they were both around each other. And then off we go. So I'm thinking that Huber may be the hysterical Huber. That would have been a good women's wrestling name back in the 40s for the Mildred Burke troupe, along with Gladys Killam Gillum and Hysterical Huber.
Is that the new job for a wrestling spouse or family member? Outreach?
Hysteria?
Outreach.
Oh, outreach. Depends on who you're reaching for. They may fucking punch you.
All right, Jim, let's get a question or two here. This one was sent via the Cult of Cornette Facebook group by George in Sebring, Florida. This is a very interesting question. Was the Sheik...
Well, why don't you ask it?
Was the Sheik the last wrestler that was a part of Wrestling from Marigold on the Dumont Network to be an active wrestler? That's an interesting question.
Let me think for a second, because Don Fargo was actually on that program and ended up having a match on ESPN in 1988 or 9, I think, for the AWA. Because he got to know Stanley Blackburn when they both lived in Amarillo, and he'd get booked to do jobs on the AWA show just to pick up some extra money. Who else, Brian? Could it Thez? When was the Thez match with I sound like Lance Russell now. The Thez match when he was 74. I ought to be able to do the math there. That was 1989.
89 against Chono. And the Sheik was still wrestling at least in 94. I'm trying to think of
I think Sheik's last match was in 95, as I've just done this extensive piece on him in Heroes and Friends. And I believe, if I'm correct, that was when he did that last couple of years for Onita in Japan, where he did almost nothing, but they wanted his name. So, good Lord,
it's an interesting question. You kind of need a roster in front of you to go down the list. I mean, you can cross the names
but
off.
I'm just trying to think of anybody that would have wrestled after 1995 that would have been active before 1955. And again, maybe the Gypsy Joe from Tennessee was not the same Gypsy Joe that worked on the Chicago television in the early 50s, even though he was probably old enough to be almost. I think he's it. I mean, I'm completely blank on anybody else that would have even had a one-off match. Frank Spaceman Hickey actually in the 90s came and did a Memphis TV.
93.
Yes, and that was before.
Yeah. He had a feud with Brian Christopher.
Well, you know why? Because Frank Hickey was the darling of all the guys. He lived at the Wigwam Village off of I-65 down near Cave City for years and years. It was a little tourist motel area from the 50s or 40s or whatever, and the rooms were cabins but they were shaped like Indian teepees. And he had all of his wrestling costumes and capes and jackets and masks and all the shit when he was a spaceman, and when he had different mask gimmicks, he had them on like dummies, mannequins in his little wigwam room. So they got him involved in a fucking angle at one point, and he was like, he had to be 80 then, I would think.
All right, well,
but back to the original question.
Yeah.
There's nobody else. I can't think of anybody.
Off the top of my head, I can't. Vern Gagne's last match was in the 80s, obviously. Who got to the 90s even? That's where it gets tricky. Well, we'll think about it. We'll come back to this maybe at another point.
Yeah, but I think he does have a good point there that Sheik would be the last one. Of course, Bob Ellis is still alive, according to Dave Meltzer, until recently. But he didn't he was not Cowboy Bob Ellis never made the Chicago from the Marigold TV because he started right after that, correct?
I
mean, he may have started in the business beforehand.
But he wasn't on Dumont.
But he wasn't on Dumont, and he wasn't a star until after that program was canceled.
Well, we'll give this some thought, see what the listeners can come up with, and we'll return to this topic. It's a good one. Jim, another question here via the Cult of Cornette Facebook group was sent in by Nicholas Bolet.
Come on now.
Other than Bobby Heenan.
Nick Hogan?
And it's a different spelling of Bolet.
Okay. All right.
Other than Bobby Heenan, I think he means manager here, but let me just read it the way he wrote it. Who does Jim think is the next greatest worker of all time? But I think he means manager workers.
And J.J. Dillon. And I mean, I hate to say this, but he's gone, so I won't hurt his feelings. But I was never a fan of Paul Jones's work when he was a wrestler. He was on top in a lot of different places, but I didn't ever get it. Gary Hart notoriously and would admit it was not a good worker, not a good wrestler at all in his early days, and managing was his thing. Jimmy Hart
unorthodox, but
he took great bumps, but his offense. But the thing is, Jimmy was brought in to be a manager when he was already in his late 30s and had never wrestled a day in his life or had any training or whatever. So, no. I mean, think of the managers, Humperdinck, and the Tennessee manager, Sam Bass, was a rotten worker.
Ooh, I have one.
Sir Clements. I'm sorry, go ahead.
What about Sherry Martel as a manager?
Oh, she wasn't a better worker than JJ, though, if we're going with who besides Bobby Heenan. I'm just, Sir Clements, Steve Clements was a British wrestler and very accomplished. And I didn't get to see a lot of him. He was having manager matches by the early 70s, but he was probably a heck of a worker as a name manager. Ken Ramey was always either a referee or a manager. He wasn't really a wrestler per se. He could work like a manager. But
beyond work,
Albano, Fred Blassie, but
but it's different. I mean,
that's
Wild
different.
Red Berry. I mean, it's a different animal at that point.
Yeah, and honestly, J.J. Dillon was a better worker than Fred Blassie. So it goes back to, as far as managers that I have interacted with, and I'm still trying to think, and don't even get me started about Paul Lee's work. Jesus Christ, he made me look like fucking Steamboat.
What about best bumping manager? Forget about work rate as we classically consider it. In terms of just best bumping manager.
Jimmy Kent, who nobody out there listening probably ever saw except any fans from Tennessee or the South in the early 70s. Jimmy Kent would just be flung places and come off the top rope with that cowboy boot and fly different. He was a ping pong ball, but he had kind of bad psychology. He interfered too much and didn't hide it from the referee hardly at all, and just was constantly involved. And it was a little extraneous. I'm trying to think of, but again, for the best bumping manager, you still got to go back to Bobby, because he had great ones, but he did it right. And I'm just, JJ's work was excellent because he spent quite a bit of time as a wrestler before he became a manager. But
my favorite bump, maybe one of my favorite manager bumps ever, and it's my favorite JJ bump.
The ropes thing?
Which thing?
The thing in the ropes?
Oh, no, I'm talking about when they were doing something where the Horsemen were all getting drunk at TV, and like Sting accepted the challenge, I think, to wrestle Flair at the Clash, and JJ comes in the ring and he's supposed to be drunk, and Sting gives him the Stinger splash, and after he hits him with the splash, JJ takes a drunk man's bump.
He wobbles out and weebles and wobbles, and I remember that.
And he makes a face. I mean, it's the most beautiful bump ever for a man. You really believe this drunk old man just got the Stinger splash. I love that.
But what I'm talking about, the thing in the ropes, is he would do where Dusty would give him the bionic elbow or whatever. One of the babyface would hit him with something, and he would fall backwards, and he would grab the top rope with his right arm and land on the second rope and go over that outside, but then fall back in to land on the bottom rope and fall in the ring. He was like falling over each individual rope on the way down. And it was just fucking hilarious. But yeah, I think JJ, working wise for managers, would be the guy that I would think of right now after Bobby.
Well, Jim, another topic that we've received a bunch of emails about because people heard this and they wanted to get your thoughts. I have a quote here from Tony Khan talking about Jon Moxley. Here's the quote.
Oh, boy.
He's won the most championships. He's traveled the world. He's a hardened veteran. He's from the Midwest. And he's a straight shooter. And he's a great person who's respected by his peers, who takes no gruff, and is so respected as a pro wrestling veteran. Actually, many times in Jon Moxley's matches, I've observed, it was like watching a great Harley race match.
Oh,
Or
boy.
even someone like Harley Race's great matches, or even someone, yeah, that is what it is. Or even someone like Harley Race's great matches in Japan reminds me of some of the great Jon Moxley matches. So there's a lot of great influences and a lot of great wrestlers that contribute to Jon Moxley. But Jon Moxley is also an incredible, very unique personality in the world of pro wrestling, who I think it's really cool that he draws comparisons to such a great champion like Harley Race.
He just drew the comparison from you 30 seconds before that. That's the first time that comparison has ever been fucking made.
I've never heard that comparison before.
Nobody has ever heard that comparison. I think it's great he's being compared to this great champion by me 30 seconds ago.
Do you see?
Obviously, everybody knows what we think of Moxley and his work and his mindset. This is not any kind of surprise to anybody. He's, in my opinion, the worst pushed wrestler in the world, and he's a garbage-minded indie fanatic. And I'm sure that's why he and Tony bond. But having said that, regardless of what I think of him or what anyone else thinks of him, if they like him, I think everybody can universally agree that ever saw a Harley Race match, there's no comparison in the work, whether good or bad. There's no similarity. In the in-ring work, there is certainly no similarity in the on-screen persona. I've never met Mr. Moxley. I've been lucky up until now. But I met Harley on numerous occasions, and no, I'm pretty sure there's no similarities outside the ring either. And for someone who has met both of them, I'd heard about this comparison, this statement that Tony made, because other people heard about it too. And Ace Steel.
Yeah, I have that quote here.
Who trained with Harley, I'll let you give it in a second, trained with Harley Race, worked with Harley Race alongside him in his school, has currently got the Harley Race trademark and is trying to keep Harley's name alive and out in front of the wrestling public, industry, people, whatever.
I didn't know that. He has Harley Race's trademark?
He has Harley Race's trademark, and the school that he's running now down in Florida is based on Harley's training methods and etc. Point being, he's probably the guardian of Harley's legacy at this point, and he was fucking insulted. Because when I heard it, I laughed like we were just laughing about it. Like, what the fuck is this guy rambling about? But to him, it was an insult to a great talent and mentor to have Jon Moxley be compared to Harley Race in any way. And Ace Steel has met both these guys. So do with that what you will. What was that exact quote?
Ace Steel responded to the headline on Twitter, the headline of this article that he responded to. Tony Khan names Jon Moxley as AEW's modern-day Harley Race. And he wrote, "Count this as one of the dumbest and most blasphemous things I've ever read. Utter crap. Really infuriating. Zero comparison." And that's the thing. I mean, if you try to even objectively look at this, and we don't like Moxley's matches or his work, it's hard. I see that right there. There's a disqualifier, because Harley Race, it was the opposite. I don't see any comparison. I mean, in terms of the work, I mean, Tony was throwing everything at he's from the Midwest. He works hard. He's got chest hair. Like, just
actually,
everything.
Wait a minute. Since when did Cincinnati become part of the Midwest?
Is Ohio considered part of the Midwest?
I wouldn't consider it. I'm farther fucking west than Cincinnati is. The Midwest is Kansas and Missouri and Illinois and whatever the fuck. Ohio? Never. Go on.
Again, Tony said, watching a Moxley match, he's observed many times that it's like watching a great Harley Race match. What match? What great Harley Race match in Japan or here in the States is anything like one of these awful Jon Moxley matches?
And even if you like Moxley's work, And you think his matches are good. In what way are they in any way similar to Harley Race's? No. Here's the problem. Again, Tony, we make fun of him because of his eccentricities and the fact that he's so easily pleased by all of these, he's getting to collect all these wrestlers and do all this stuff and everything's great. But a lot of the boys, now I hesitate to call them the boys, a lot of the modern talent today, they're not really the boys, they're marks themselves. And they want to compare their friends to other people in interviews, or they want to be compared to other people or whatever. And so Adam Page is the Stone Cold Steve Austin of AEW. No, he's not. And it's not even fair. Even if some of these guys, the Pages and everybody that they say are the so-and-so of AEW or the so-and-so of modern times, even if they were any good, they either ain't as good as the people are being compared to, or they're just nothing like them. But because these guys and girls are all marks, why do the girls are marks too? Why do you think Mercedes wants all these outlaw belts? Because she's a fucking mark. And she doesn't know it's meaningless because she's in love with herself. And I don't think she's also realized, when's she going to go on this goddamn job spree, Brian? Is she going to retire with the belt of 10 obscure independent companies, undefeated? Or is she going to go back and drop these fucking things, these poor local promoters running her hometowns on their birthdays?
I believe she just won 2 more belts this week.
Jesus Christ. So what the she's going to be doing jobs from now till Kingdom Come. Or maybe not.
Tony Khan says she's AEW's fabulous Moolah.
Even Moolah only had 1 belt that she never lost instead of 12.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything there to Moxley and Harley Race. That seems ridiculous, and you can see why Ace would be upset about that. Do you think Tony Khan says these things because he just wants positive things out there? Do you think he really believes it? Do you think it's a lack of understanding of what worked in the past? Like, he knows wrestling history the way someone who just watched a bunch of stuff would know it. But does he have a lack of understanding of why things worked, how they worked, the context of the time, just everything? Like, he makes comparisons sometimes. You're like, it seems like he doesn't know anything, but you know he's watched a shit ton of wrestling.
Well, that's the thing. But unfortunately, he sees it, whatever the condition is that he and Uncle Dave share, Mr. Meltzer. He sees it the way Dave saw it. It was great for a lot of years, and then it sucked for 20 years until they started doing stuff I like again. And then, and so Tony either comes up with these comparisons or hears them and likes them. To answer your question, Tony believes what he's saying, whether it's his idea or whether somebody said, hey, he's our Harley. Oh, yeah, I think he is. But it's because they have, for some reason, it's a dichotomy in personality. They have a respect for the personalities that were great in the wrestling industry 30 and 40 and 50 years ago, and the veterans and etc. And they love to be compared to them, and they want to compare other people to them. And then they go out and do their product where they completely shit on everything that any of those veterans would have done, wanted, or stood for. And like I said, if Luthez had been ringside for any of that show, he would have fucking physically vomited on his feet. So I don't know. They love the veterans. They want to love the history of the business and pay respect to these people by completely taking a runny, messy shit on the business that they tried to further by just doing the things that they do. It doesn't make any sense. But that's the same thing Dave does. He's got a Hall of Fame and everybody in his fucking Hall of Fame that his own listeners or readers vote for in the Wrestling Hall of Fame would be as offended if they saw this shit as Ace Steel is at that comparison. So I don't understand.
It's a bad comparison, Jim. Jon Moxley's not good at selling. I think a Harley Race. I think of some of those matches on the Mid-Atlantic tapes, him and Ricky Steamboat. And just the way he would sell a chop and like get on one foot and then go down, place would explode. Moxley, not known for selling. You have to wonder if maybe he can improve his selling by starting an online store and maybe finding some products that he could sell, or maybe his wife could sell. It's his store. They can do whatever they want. This is not going well at all. Jim, our friends at Shopify always make sure it goes well for anyone they work with.
That's right. They can't stand you because you always fluster all your words, but they love everybody else because Shopify is the key to your success, ladies and gentlemen. It's the key to you becoming financially independent, forging your own path, realizing your dreams, fulfilling your destiny. Because Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world, 10% of all the e-commerce in the United States, and they can be behind you too. You know that purple Shop Pay button? Well, it doesn't just go along with any old person that comes along. It's Shopify's, and they can pimp it out to you, baby. And that way you're going to hear that ka-ching of the cash register ringing and dinging, because every time that somebody puts their finger on a purple button, an angel gets their wings and you get a payoff. And they can give you the leg up on your own website with hundreds of beautiful, ready-to-go templates to express your brand style, tackle important tasks like inventory, payments, and analytics. If people need to get paid, they can pay them. They're going to be using your money, but don't worry, you won't miss it because they're going to make you some.
Well, again, I don't know how you're putting it. It's not exactly the way it works.
They're just going to come in and take over your whole house. They're going to take all your money. They're going to have your kids working in the shop. They're really going to organize this thing where your whole family is pulling the same rope and they're laboring 18 to 22 hours a day.
How do I stop you?
18 to 22 hours a day to make sure that you in your retirement are able to support yourself in the manner to which you're accustomed. And those kids are going to have to get started. They're going to dig in. They're going to crack the whip. Your wife's going to put her nose to the grindstone. They're going to have a lot of part-time work for her, especially if I've seen pictures of some of these Shopify wives. There it is.
All right, well, Jim, now that I've got you to stop and I got your attention, Shopify, boom-ba-yay. Let's tell the listeners all about the good things that Shopify could do for their business.
Well, I just did. And there again, your wife's going to be out working long hours, so make sure you got something in the refrigerator for dinner, but it's all going to pay off, folks.
What? Yes.
And if you'd like to see what Shopify can do for you, they'll show you theirs if you show them yours. You show them $1 and they will give you a 1-month trial period. $1 a month trial period at Shopify.com/Cornette. That is the code here on the Drive-Thru. Shopify.com/Cornette. It's a $1 a month trial period where, like I said, you just hand over that $1 and they're going to take control of your life and show you how to be a success. It may be tough. It may be a difference the first few years when you're living in a basement, making those toys for Geppetto. But then sooner or later, the money's going to start rolling in. And that's what they're going to keep telling you.
Once again, let's think about the good things. Shopify will be there for you to help you with your business. They help us with our business, ArcadianVanguard.com. You like those Drive-Thru t-shirts? Shopify helps us facilitate those to you.
That's right. And every once in a while, you or your employees, you start to think, I got to go to sleep. They'll come in and they'll crack that whip and get you started working again.
There's no whip. They're not going to crack anything.
There's got to be some effort on your part. You can't just be some kind of lazy asshole.
Again, they're not there to tell you what to do. They're there to help you with what you do.
They don't want to be, but if they have to come over, somebody's getting whooped.
They are there to help you on the way to commerce heaven. But Jim, there's so much fun and so many things to talk about, and gibberish and words and all sorts of things. But Jim,
and if you want to go to heaven, you got to raise a little hell. Sign up for your $1 a month trial period. Yes. And start selling today at Shopify.com/JCE. You deal with Shopify. I'm sorry, it's /Cornette. Shopify.com/Cornette.
Support the drive-thru. It's /Cornette for the drive-thru. That's right.
/me, yes. And boy, howdy.
I wish.
Once that you start doing that, then you're gonna work your ass off, and one of these days it'll be worth it.
Once again, Shopify.com/Cornette for this wonderful offer.
Yes. Don't tell your wife.
All right, Jim. Let's get a few more questions before we wrap things up here today. Let me close the Shopify email right here, which we will do. All right, Jim, a few more questions before we get out of here. I want to go back to a topic you just mentioned, Mercedes Moné and her, I believe it's now 12 belts after winning the Ring of Honor Interim Women's Television Championship.
Wait a minute. What? Now what?
That was what she won at the pay-per-view from Mina Shirakawa. That was the Ring of Honor Interim Women's Television Championship.
Of Saturday nights. Okay.
So you brought up a good point earlier. The fact that Mercedes Moné having all these belts would make you think that eventually there needs to be a tour of jobs all over the world, big and small venues alike. What do you think of her doing this? I've seen people talk about, even maybe some indie promoters, that this is a big help for them. She gets these indie promotions a lot of attention. When they put her match on YouTube, it will get a much greater amount of viewers than the average match they would put on YouTube. There are people saying that Mercedes Moné, whether she's a mark for herself or not, is actually doing a great help to worldwide all the independent promotions. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, there is validity in if you've got a big name talent, big name wrestler to come to an independent show, and they might sell a few extra tickets and they might sell some merchandise, or as you mentioned, they'll watch the thing on YouTube. Obviously, a lot of independent wrestling was built on having stars that were formerly on television or have some level of notoriety. When you can book them, come in, and you put that on top, and the local guys are underneath, getting experience. That's fine. But again, the whole idea of the multiple belt thing, it's no benefit to AEW because nobody's ever heard of any of these other championships to begin with. And it just looks clowny that to the average person, wait a minute, what the fuck? She's champion of 12 different things. How is that even possible? Is that just and what are these things? I've never heard of any of them. It just looks goofy. It doesn't help AEW. It helps Mercedes Moné achieve her fantasy of being Ultimo. Which Ultimo was it? The Dragon or the Guerrero? Ultimo Dragons, breaking his record. And for these smaller companies, yes, if she comes in and works, it may sell a few extra tickets or whatever. But it also, like I said, at some point, she needs to lose that belt to one of the particular promotion's regular talents to have made it worth it to put the belt on her. To when Jerry Lawler, I made the Smoky Mountain champion one time so that then he could do a favor for Bobby Blaze and try to help Bobby Blaze. So if that's the case, then that's fine. But isn't it going to be? She literally will be in a position where she will have to have some of these belts for a couple of years unless she's going to do a job every month or two. And then what the fuck good does that do? And I wait to see whether she's going to lose any or most, probably not all of these things back in the ring to their rightful places. It's being marks. All these belts, they're fans and marks are two different things. Fans are people who like something and want to support it and like to watch it. Marks are people who take it too far, get wrapped up in it, believe their own bullshit, whether they're on either side of the camera, and lose sight of what the fucking point of the whole thing is just because you think that it would be cool yourself. Whether it's a guy picking his own entrance music or somebody say, oh, wow, I'd really love to win that belt. Why? What's it going to do for you? Depends on what belt it is.
And again, she has 12 belts currently. That's a lot. I'm trying to see if there's a list of all the belts here, because I'm not even sure. I see someone emailed us 4 of them. There's 2 AEW belts she has, 1 Ring of Honor belt, and 1 CMLL belt. I'm trying to see what are the actual other belts that she has.
Well, just look around the waist of a male stripper.
Okay, here we go. This is from SE Scoops. It is a championship belt tracker for Mercedes Moné. She won the TBS Championship May 7th, 2024 in Vegas from Statlander. She won the CMLL Women's World Championship August 4th, 2024 in Arena, Mexico from Princesa Sughit. Or however you pronounce it. Sughit.
Sughit.
All right. Maybe she's into Death Row Records. Mercedes Moné won the Rev Pro Undisputed British Women's and Queen of the Southside Championship from Alex Windsor, January 5th, 2025 in the Tokyo Dome.
Wait a minute. What happened to Alex Windsor? She popped up and we haven't seen her in a while.
And her husband got hurt. Or her boyfriend. Whatever the situation is, he got hurt, so who knows if that affected it.
Well, besides that, is that 2 titles or one? Is it, did she win 2 different championships there or just one, but it's called that thing?
I don't know. We'll figure that at the end because that's at least 3 or maybe 4 championships. The EWA Women's Championship, the European Wrestling Association, February 11th, 2025 from Mia Yim. The Chaotic Wrestling Women's Championship for Chaotic Wrestling in Lowell, Massachusetts. She won that March 2nd, 2025 from Paris Van Dale. Mercedes Moné won the Primetime Wrestling Women's Championship.
Oh, for God's sake.
Over Camille. April 6, 2025, Warsaw, Poland.
Poland? Fuck, maybe she was doing some advance work for Queen of the Ring, Camille over there. But number one, I wonder if Camille is still getting an AEW check. And maybe they're paying for her driving lessons. And so Camille had to put Mercedes over when Mercedes was the root of her problem to begin with there, wasn't it?
Maybe it's not the same Camille. Maybe it's Polish Camille.
Oh, good Lord.
They're in Poland. Who knows? Also, Jim, Mercedes Moné won the Bestia Women's Championship from Bestia Wrestling, BESTYA, Bestia Wrestling, April 20th, 2025 in Hamburg, Germany, over Iva Koloski.
Well, I hate it that Iva Colonoscopy had to lose her belt, but where do they even hear of these places and these promotions? How do they know they exist to go and find them and win their belts?
It's a very interesting question. I don't know. Mercedes Moné won the Discovery Wrestling Scottish Women's Championship, May 2025. There's no date here. Just May. Over Casey Owens in Edinburgh.
It was a long match.
That's right. She won the Body Slam Women's Championship on a show for Body Slam Pro Wrestling, October 2025, in Copenhagen, Denmark, over Regina Rosendahl. She also won the AEW Owen Hart Women's Cup.
Who is paying for Josephine Camel to fly all over the goddamn world with her team, I assume?
She won that over Jamie Hayter, and that was in July 2024, so I guess that's an older one here. And then two more, interim Ring of Honor Women's World Television Champion, October 18th, St. Louis over Mina Shirakawa. The next day, for Winnipeg Pro Wrestling Women, Winnipeg Pro Wrestling's Women's Championship is what I meant to say, at the Rumble in the Burt in Winnipeg. She won that title over Jody Threat. Jody Threat. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, the Rev Pro one, I guess, is one title just with multiple names. The Undisputed British Women's and Queen of the Southside Championship.
Hopefully none of these wrestling promotions are going to be located in a forest, or elsewise we may never see her again. Because as you'll recall, she can't find her way out of the woods.
And it's not as simple as, hey, book her on a bunch of indie shows to drop these belts. They're all over the world. Poland, Germany, Canada. So I guess two questions to finish this up. One, can you see how this would be a big benefit to the independent promotions and why they would be happy with her? And also, how does this help AEW?
Well, again, as I said, it doesn't help AEW at all because it just confuses the issue of who their women's champion is because they have multiple ones of those. And nobody's ever heard of or are going to hear of these miscellaneous belts. And it just sounds like joke promotions, which some of them may be, some of them may be hardworking local concerns trying to establish themselves. But why? I don't know. I don't know how it would be worth it to fly this girl all the way over to Hoo-Ha, Denmark, and put her up. And how many extra tickets is she going to sell? I was thinking we were talking about, Beaverton, Oregon pro wrestling, not Switzerland or whatever. So again, there's a lot of fans that are doing this for the love of the game or the love of themselves. And I think the promoters are doing it for the love of the game, and she's doing it for the love of herself.
Also, the idea that all these promotions are just giving their belts to her to leave with them. I guess they assume she'll come back eventually and drop it, but it's their belt.
Well, it may be she's talked Tony Khan into just say, here, how much did you pay for that belt? $3,000 here. Here's $3,000. Do we know that the local promoters are paying her at all? Is he paying her to go collect all these belts? Because that's a big deal to him for people to have belts. That's why he keeps having all of them made. So now that I think about it, I don't want, just by assuming that this might be a normal business deal done in the normal business way that wrestling business is done, is shortchanging Tony Khan and his willingness to just spend any amount of money to do any stupid thing because it appeals to marks. And I don't mean fans, I mean marks.
All right, Jim, a few more questions and then we'll get the hell out of here. This question was sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Steve in Old Tringham, Manchester. Jim's been to our little town before for the WCPW Cody and Kurt.
I remember, yes, that's was that the first or the second trip? The first trip that I made over to jolly old England was for the live events I did and the various, at a couple of the WCCW wrestling events.
Is there a logic as to why the face tag team partners typically stand on the far left of the ring for the TV audience and heels are on the near right? I can only assume it's so that we could see the hot tag clearer when it happens.
They almost never happen, even when they're trying.
On a recent WWE show and AEW show a few months ago, the match started with the tag partners opposite to this, and there was an awkward moment when the ref ushered the participants to their correct corner. So, Jim, what about the placement of the tag team partners? What corner they get on TV?
Um, I mean, it never used to be standard in the territories. It was when you had a babyface corner and a heel corner that was standard to the building back in the days of territory wrestling, when you were somewhere every week or every 2 weeks or every month or whatever. Then, based on the way that the building was laid out and where the aisleways were from the locker room or whatever, you adopted a standard babyface and heel corner, and that's kind of the way it was. And I've been at places before when we used to change territories. We'd get in the ring. If we were first, we'd ask the referee, which is our corner. And the referee, since he was already there regularly and knew, he would tell us. But with television, when it used to be the TV studios, you were in the same place all the time. So it kind of developed. But then when they started, Brian, you remember this, in the 80s when the NWA and WWF and different companies started taping in the arenas and going out of their territory and doing more different tapings. Sometimes it was hit and miss. You'd see them different places, right? That would happen. And then, because I don't know, it was pretty much standard before I got there, but each company, I don't know when Vince did it, but each company that was doing regular television started making it standard where the corners were so that it wouldn't be disorienting visually to the fans, and especially if they had a match from tonight and then they pitched a last week for a videotape replay or whatever, and everybody was at a different side, blah, blah, blah. Good question, but kind of just that's the way that it eventually transpired. In the old days, the heel corner was the closest one to the fucking aisleway to the locker room because they were more likely to have to fight to get back than the baby faces did.
All right. Well, Jim, let's get what will probably be our final question here this week. This was sent to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Matt Reed in Eatonton, Georgia. Hey, Jim. My social media algorithm has been feeding me dozens of videos from wrestling conventions, and it has me wondering if these gatherings of legends are as depressing as it seems. Most of the clips, the wrestlers are barely smiling, or lack any enthusiasm to meet the people who paid to see them. As a follow-up, how do wrestlers get paid for these events? Is it a flat rate for all, or do you get paid more depending on your box office draw?
Well, there's no way to attribute a box office draw to a guest at a fan fest. I mean, you can kind of figure, but first of all, it depends on the fan fest, because there have been, and I've been to many of them. I remember several, including one in Atlanta, Georgia, one time where there was absolutely nobody fucking there. Because the promoters, even though I, in this case, warned them of what they were getting into, they didn't know what they were doing and nobody knew the shit was happening. And when guys are sitting around with no fans and, just sitting there, it's fucking miserable. And then, you get some of the guys just do it for the money. They don't like meeting the people, or they don't want to take the time to sign the autographs or whatever. And you can tell they don't want to be there. And there's those comments, then go out after the fan fest from the fans who were kind of ticked off about it. Well, fuck, he could have looked up at me, which he could have. And then I always thought I applied it as the same way as I did going to a show. I'm going there to be Jim Cornette. Instead of managing wrestlers and yelling at the fans, I'm meeting the fans and talking to the fans. And, if I ain't got enough energy for that people came and paid money to see and talk to me, then I shouldn't be there. Which, now that I have very little energy these days, is why I'm not there. It's a lot of hard work to be cheerful, Brian, for 8 hours at a time. But that's it just depends on who the guy is, and it depends on at a successful fan fest, I've been so busy signing autographs and selling merchandise and talking to people and taking pictures or whatever, that at the end of the time you realize I barely sat down once. It's just steady fucking people. Or it can be shitty the other way. But as far as how you get paid, it's most of the time the guys get a guarantee to go for a period of time and either do a Q&A or sign autographs or take pictures or whatever the deal is. Sometimes they have these agents, and that's a mixed bag, that they have to give part of the cut of the money to, or that's book them or set them up or whatever. But again, they get a flat fee. But to be honest, for the last 3 or 4 years that I was doing any kind of fan fests or autograph deals or whatever, I would just tell the promoter, give me a table, advertise I'm going to be there, and get the fuck out of my way. Because I would bring all my merchandise and sell all my stuff and make more money than I would have on a guarantee, and I had more fun too. And that way they couldn't really tell me what to do or what I had to do or what I needed to do. I could just bullshit with the people. So it just depends on what the situation is and what the deal is that's been made as far as who's paying who for what.
You know, we hear from people, you know, who always say that they miss you on the convention scene or they met you years ago. Almost 100% of the time, if not 100% of the time, it's Jim was so nice. It was such a great experience meeting him. I bought this, this, and this. But there are a lot of guys, again, they go there and they either have a bad attitude. You know, you hear stories, you see footage, or they clearly don't want to be there, or they're there just for the money. I don't know what my question was now that I say all these insults about random wrestlers, but you know, you gave everyone a good experience and people came there and they walked away with that good experience. You hear stories also about the other side of it, like wrestlers, people love Jimmy Valiant. They may not love the fact that you couldn't walk past them without buying something. But what do you think a lot of guys miss? Because there are plenty of people who go to conventions and they may not be Jim Cornette, but you know, there's someone who did something that people were fans of. And maybe they don't do the business you would have done. Maybe they don't have as many different things that they're controlling themselves. I guess you addressed all these things differently.
Yes, but also the thing is, a lot of the guys weren't necessarily fans. Some of it, you know, like Bobby Eaton, he was such a fan from when he was a little kid. He could sit around and talk to the fans all day and you know, understand but other guys maybe weren't fans and don't understand, you know, what the fans like and what they like to talk about, or maybe they can talk about their own shit, but they can't talk about somebody else's. When somebody would come up to me from Memphis, oh, remember in the Coliseum, Lawler and Joe LeDuc? Oh, yeah. And we'll do 15 minutes because I was a fan, or I understand what they liked, or, you know, what they're talking about, or just, you know, that's also, to me, it's the same kind of thing as guaranteed money in wrestling, because I'm old enough to remember when you didn't have that. And a lot of the guys bitched about it. You know, we didn't have guaranteed money back then in those days. Well, but if you were good enough, you got there somehow. And if I know I'm getting $1,500, let's say, as a flat amount to sit at a table for 4 hours and sign autographs, then I may not be as driven and motivated to be peppy and push that shit as if I'm getting the money from what I sell. So I had motivation not only to have a good time with the thing, but to sell my merchandise by being cheerful instead of frump-faced. And it's the same thing. It killed a lot of the guys' motivation to go out and draw money and get over and have a personality when they started just saying, hey, you're going to get $150,000 a year, whether you discover a cure for cancer or shit to bed every night. Doesn't matter how good or bad you are, this is what you get. And no motivation.
Did you encounter many, if any, convention promoters that expected a cut of the merch you sell, even if it's your own?
Well, no, because anytime I went somewhere, the deal was done before anybody even advertised I was going to be there. The whoever was paying who what, or whoever was selling what and where, all that stuff would be worked out before I'd be advertised. Nobody ever came up and said, "Oh, by the way, Jim, I said I'd give you this table, but now I want 20%. Well, good luck."
And what about when you did something that was, like an added thing that people wanted, like, for instance, a picture with not just Jim Cornette, but like Jim Cornette and the Midnight Express if they were there? How would that work?
Well, again, there would be, a price for pictures, and a lot. Sometimes with me in the Midnight, we were on a guarantee where we had to do, whatever for the promoter in return for that guarantee. So they would set the price. But again, sometimes I would be over at my table, and the promoters were paying the boys, but I'd run over and do the pictures anyway because I wanted to make sure that everybody got what they wanted out of the thing. I had a point I was going to make also from something you said earlier, and I'm trying to think of what it was. And I can't.
All right. Well,
but basically that's the thing, is that I think if you give the people an enjoyable experience and have merchandise that they might want to buy at a price that's agreeable to everybody, then I don't want to guarantee. Oh, that's what I was going to say. I don't want to guarantee, because at a lot of the bigger fan fests, when I was getting paid by the promoter, I'd be sitting there at a fucking table where I didn't have time to talk to my old friends, or to fucking go and look around and buy all the other merchandise or push my own shit, because I was there at a table and I didn't want to be locked down. I like to circulate. And a lot of these things, I would buy almost as much shit of other people's as I sold of mine. But I wanted to have that opportunity. So I liked a little more flexibility.
All right. So I guess it wasn't depressing for you, but you could understand why it may be for some others.
Well, then you can also make your own fun in a lot of cases. But yes, when there is absolutely nobody there, you're just sitting around with your dick in your hand. Maybe you're there for less money than you wanted to be anyway, whatever. I can see where guys are miserable, but I can't see guys being miserable when there's a bunch of fans there and they just want some attention, because that's why you're fucking there.
Hey, Jim, one last thing. I know I said that was the last question, but I'm just seeing this now. We talked previously about the bust that Vince McMahon gifted people who attended his 80th birthday gala. Book Pro Wrestlers, who was the page that revealed that bust, has now put up the guest packet that everyone received.
Oh, good Lord.
Welcome, dear family and friends. Welcome to New York and the beautiful Baccarat Hotel. It means the world to me that you've traveled from near and far to be here. This weekend is not just about my birthday. It's about celebrating the people who have shaped, supported, and brought joy to my first 80 years on this earth. My first 80 years. And what a wild ride it's been. If you need anything at all over the weekend, please don't hesitate to reach out to the on-site team to assist you. I look forward to celebrating together. And it's signed VM, sincerely Vince McMahon. And here's the itinerary.
Oh, they got an itinerary.
Friday, August 22nd, 2025, cocktail event at the Baccarat Hotel from 8 p.m. to 12 midnight. The Grand Saloon and Bar, again Baccarat Hotel, cocktail attire. Guests will be welcomed with an elegant evening gathering to kick off the celebration weekend. Please either leave your cell phone...
Wait a minute, they had to be there for the whole fucking weekend for Vince? I could understand going to a guy's birthday party, but a fucking weekend around your former boss.
Please either leave your cell phones in your rooms or use our secure phone check. So let's stop there for a second. No phones. What are your thoughts on hearing the initial bits of this invitation?
Well, I understand that they didn't want people taking pictures. Vince wanted it to be private with his friends, and boy, see how that worked out for him. And I can understand you not wanting somebody to take pictures or put pictures up on social media or whatever. But no, I'm not going, and I don't even carry a cell phone. You know this. I have a cell phone in my fucking car in the expedition. And if I'm late or lost, I will turn it on and notify somebody. But at the same point, if I'm a person that's away from home, out of town, and I need to, my wife needs to be able to call me or whatever, I'm not giving somebody my fucking phone. I'm going to have my phone. I'll just not use my phone, except in case of emergency. And that's, no, I'm not giving anybody my fucking phone, whether it's friends, enemies, or goddamn a business. It ain't happening. So I don't, and again, but I guess we see how it worked out. I would think if there are people that you would invite to your birthday party that mean that much to you, if you just said, hey, don't take any pictures, then they wouldn't take any pictures. But Vince is a fucking, he's got to always,
control freak.
Control freak, where he's got to tell everybody what to do or have the parameters set. And he doesn't see anything wrong with that. Did he have his phone? Go ahead.
Well, that was Friday. Let's go back to the itinerary here. This is Saturday, August 23rd, 2025. Daytime activities. Explore the city during the day. Followed by Black Tie Birthday Gala. Location to be revealed.
What?
Transportation will begin departing the Baccarat Hotel at 6:30 p.m. Please begin gathering in the Grand Saloon of the Baccarat Hotel on the second floor by 5:30. Please do not take any photos or videos at the formal events. Guests are asked to leave phones in their rooms or use a secure phone check. So once again, nothing.
Okay, there. But wait a minute. First of all, exploring the city. All these guys have been to New York 100 fucking million times, and does that mean that Vince is going to show them around? What was that all about?
Yeah, welcome to my sightseeing tour. Get on the bus.
Jeez.
This is Ben Benson's.
And then secondly, well, besides that, black tie guy. So I've asked people to come to my birthday party. Now I want them to get tuxedos and wear them. Who wants to wear a fucking tuxedo on your fucking birthday? I've worn a tie like 6 times in the last 3 years when Dark Side of the Ring fucking shows up to shoot. Go ahead.
We have a page here for concierge. Welcome to New York. We're thrilled you've joined us to celebrate Vince's 80th birthday. Whether you need help with plans, recommendations around the city, or just a little something to make your stay more comfortable, we have an event concierge team at your service from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. During these
and then who's at our service from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. is what I want to know.
During these operating hours, we are located on the second floor in the Petite Saloon. That's where I want my concierge in the bar. Yeah, so
and also they wouldn't even tell them where the celebration was. When's the last time that you agreed to travel out of town to go to somebody's event, whether it be wedding or birthday party or whatever, and they won't tell you where you're going to be going when you get to the place you're supposed to be?
I would never. I've never done that. I never would do that. So no, that's not something I've experienced. But I also wouldn't put up with someone like Vince who wants to control every situation. You know, this person also posted, I never saw this before, the invitation for the Vince McMahon roast in 1991. Linda McMahon cordially invites you to join her at a surprise roast for Vince to celebrate both his birthday and the 20th anniversary of the World Wrestling Federation. This promises to be a fun-filled evening where roasters deliver good-natured, with a question mark in parentheses, barbs at their friend And then in parentheses again, without fear of reprisal. Ha! Rainbow Room, 30 Rockefeller Plaza, New York, New York. Tuesday, August 27th, 91. Black Tie. Music by Roy Gearson Orchestra. RSVP Liz DeFabio.
How about Milton DeLugg and his band with a thug?
Here are the roasters. The MC, Gene Okerlund. And the roasters, Basil DeVito, Dick Ebersol and Susan St. James, Michael Feinberg, John Filippelli, Dick Glover, Bobby Heenan, Hulk Hogan, Linda McMahon, Pat Patterson, Joe Perkins, Doug Sages, Randy Savage, Jim Troy, and the most surprising one here, Jesse Ventura, because this is after he left. And a surprise celebrity roaster. Remember, it's a surprise. So another Vince McMahon birthday extravaganza in New York City here. Any final thoughts on the birthday travels of Vince McMahon?
Yeah, it sounds like if he'd, we meet out in front of the hotel and up pulls a dirty white panel van to get into, I said, no, I'm pretty much not going to be doing that.
All right, Jim. Well, with that, where's this? Here it is. The drive-thru is closed. All right, well, with that, the drive-thru is closed. Of course, send in your song submissions and your questions, CornyDriveThru@gmail.com. If you are in the Cult of Cornette Facebook group, look for a monthly post that goes up for questions, and it stays open for a few days. New one in a few weeks, obviously, for November. Go through the archive, patreon.com/Cornette. $5 a month gets you access to the archive going back to 2013. Patreon.com/Cornette. Don't forget about the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. Just go to YouTube and search for Jim Cornette. It'll come right up. Full episodes, clips of the episodes, omnibus collections, all with that very popular George Livinitis artwork, as well as our guest artists, the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. Cornette's Collectibles at JimCornette.com. What's going on, Jim?
Book signing. A lot of it. Get them while you can. I don't know whether or not that I have enough left in me to sign many more. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
To JimCornette.com. Of course, the drive-thru is brought to you by the law office of Stephen P. New, 877-50-STEVE. Get even with Stephen at newlawoffice.com. Don't forget about the wrestling news each and every day. Wherever you find your favorite podcast, get your wrestling news for free. From the wrestling news, either where you find your podcast or directly from thewrestlingnews.com. But with that, the drive-thru is closed again. I've said it a bunch of times. We'll be back in a few days on The Experience, and next week right back here on the drive-thru. For Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!